Hello, hello. Hey, Sinestella. You wink at Stella. Happy Monday. Let me click a couple of things here. Okay, done. Clicking is over. All right, so today, Adam is going to keep working on challenge mode. Challenge, he needs playtesters for it. So please sign up if you can. I think that's it. Yeah, how is everybody doing? So we're done with this. I need to do this thing. I need to come up with a marketing plan or just default while loading. Yeah, we're gonna do a lot. We're gonna do a lot in the next like few weeks. It's gonna be typical like bricklaying stuff. There was something I wanted to do right before that. What was it? Oh yeah, modify the playtest document. Let me take a quick look at this. Your responsibilities, how to cheat. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just tell people to play the demo if they've never played the game before rather than the playtest version. Yeah, I think that's good. All right, let's take a look at tenants. So we just copy paste this down to here. Done. All right, so sustainability. I did feel like I was doing too much last week. There was just a lot of uncertainty around challenge mode, and I needed to get something out, and I still need to focus on what's most important. I think the thing that was getting to me is having a million tasks, but not exactly knowing how to proceed because there were game design issues, but we couldn't figure out what those were without playtesting more. Kind of funny. Tune in immediately, read how to cheat. Yeah, that's a playtesting. Hey, Dark. All right, so bricklaying. This is going well. We're still doing the most important stuff and not wasting the opportunity. I yeah, I'm doing everything I can. Okay, let's leave it at that. I don't think there's any problems with that stuff. I think the only thing that there's potentially a problem with is the release date, which at some point we're gonna have to talk about. All right, marketing plan. So marketing plan from last week, which is getting bumped like further and further down this list. We should probably just put this up at the top. It was reach out to 15 new people. I did that. It took me it took me a long time. I guess finding the people is not super easy. I'm reaching out to YouTubers and I'm typically reaching out to people in the like 500 to 5,000 subs range. And I'm getting kind of mixed results. Like I don't really think this is helping too much, to be honest. I think the thing that I was hoping for is that by having smaller YouTubers play it, it would make it more apparent to larger YouTubers that they should maybe try it. So a video like this did pretty well, like 500 something views. But I don't know how many wish lists this pulled in, and I don't see any change in the metrics myself. So it's hard to say that this is doing anything. Now that said, I think it's still important to do. And all of these people are people who might make a video at launch time as well. But if we take a look at the last like 1 month of wish lists, you can see it's like kind of a straight line here. I mean, not exactly, but it's hovering in the like 40 to 50 range pretty consistently. So no major outliers. Then here, yes, there was an outlier. I don't know what July 26th was in terms of people making videos, maybe. I'm not sure, but it stayed elevated for a bit. So something happened then. It's probably, can I do this month? And then can we have another video? I guess over 20 minutes. Can we make it not be live? Apparently not. Hey, Half. Thank you for the resub. Time flows at an alarmingly regular rate that I do not approve of. Yeah. Yeah. I feel the same way. I was reading the game dev subreddit and someone's like, how is it August already? I remember it being January of this year and wanting to get a bunch of things done. And yeah, I hope you've been well, Half. As mentioned, thank you. So July 26th. How many days ago was that? How many days ago was July 26th? 16. Okay, so we got to find whatever happened 16 days ago. When was this? Oh, you can't see when it is without actually like going into the video. July 27th. Hmm. I don't I don't know what happened. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, who knows? Who knows why this went up from 30 to 73? Okay. Well, anyway, my whole point remains the same, which is I don't see any like major changes here. And if you look at the 3 month list, you will see a gigantic uptick right there to like 1200. So that's obviously way bigger than 40, 50. Just got home for vacation, hoping to delay reality by another week. Yeah. There's a sweet spot to vacations. I think it's like 2 weeks of time off and maybe a week of being away. I think that's pretty good. Although I don't have a I have a high desire to travel usually. All right, well anyway, yeah, let's just leave it at that. So the marketing plan for this week, I think should probably just be reach out to 15 new people. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. All right, so for playtesters, yeah, let's fix some of this stuff. Hey, Poetro. We're gonna get started on coding things. So make a new branch before doing anything and write a note to merge it. Yeah, release to playtesters. Merge the branch. Oh, you know what we should do? We should merge the PRs first, if I can. Yeah, merge PRs into main so that I can get them in the new branch. And then this will do. And I guess I should file all of these notes. File notes from below. Yeah, there. Okay. All right, merge PRs. So let's go do that work. Do I have too many of these things open? Yeah. All right, what are we doing here? I guess we're looking at this one first. Remove validator and sample test. I started the template. Don't see any reason for having it because we can always consult end unit documentation. Make sure all X data. Town code runs those validators for us anyway. If we ever start using CI, come back to this. Not adding testing MD to docs on how to run those tests outside VS Code if we add actual tests. Testing MD, do we have one of those? No, we don't. Okay. And then am I working from a blank slate here? Git status. Up to date. Shouldn't be any issues here. Yeah, everything's up to date. Okay. All right, let's see what this changed. Should just be a bunch of deletions. Yeah, it is. I can't imagine this is going to be a problem here. GH checkout 1120. Oh, also stuff I got to do tonight. Let me write this down. Evening, respond to emails from YouTubers. I had a couple of emails I got to respond to. And then there was something else. Maybe that's it. But that should be pretty easy to do. Okay. So we deleted a bunch of code here. We should probably look through the deleted code and make sure nothing's too important. This helper component. No, I don't think any of that was needed. The game doesn't build though, so something's wrong. Yeah, what's going on? Not all component IDs are used by a component. Yeah, this is not a sufficient fix. We got to delete the helper component and the secondary helper component. The small stream window thing works. Yeah, nice. Hey, Grimoire. Hey, Craze. Welcome in, both of you. Okay, I think we fixed this. 85 filter. Hi, everyone. Hi, hi, hi. Okay, yeah, this fixed it. Oh, by the way, I started working on another music track. And it's going pretty well. It's kind of only in my head right now. I haven't written anything. I don't have any way to show you unless I were to. I need a big enough keyboard. I can't really show you. Okay, so we fixed this. We needed to get rid of these component IDs. Fix the build. Some component IDs were defined for the test that now no longer have a component. That now no longer correspond to a component. So I deleted the IDs. Okay, even more music? Yeah, well, it's more town music. It might not make it into the game, I don't know. But it's a fun thing to work on the side, and it's a nice tune that I've been doing. Okay, so that I think is necessary to get this to work. This should show up, fix the build, yeah. And then otherwise we can check this in, squash and merge. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks for removing these. They were indeed kind of cluttering things since we don't really run the test. Okay. So merge that. Cool. We have two more. Add portraits. Added portraits for most of the characters. Still need a generic NPC one. Okay, there's surprisingly a UID file has a conflict. I don't even know how that's possible. So they're the portraits, and then what, we just pulled them from different locations? Yeah, pretty straightforward. Okay, let's go check this out. And we have even newer portraits that we probably need to use too, although just getting this would probably be a good start. Don't save, don't save. All right, let's try it. Oh my god, look at how cool those look. Oh man, that's pretty great. I gotta check them all out. Yeah. Very cool. Unfortunately, no one really even clicks the NPCs. So they're not going to see some of these, but wow, they're looking great. Oh my god, that is so perfect. It's so nice. All right, I think that's all of them. No, we did not look at the main ones. Okay, I gotta go into the slides with that. I really also like Gil. I don't know why. The Guildmaster face. It's like a smug wisdom. But yeah, I clicked all of them except... Wait, who are you? Who is that? Did I miss somebody? Intro potion vendor? Wow, that's just for the intro? Huh, wow, crazy. Maybe not fine. Replace it with one that has a chest. Yeah, I have a note to do that after. But we'll get this one done at least. Okay, so I've got to go into the intro to see these other ones. So how do we do that? Skip intro. There it is. Skip intro. False. Okay. All right, time to watch the intro. We should see 3 different portraits in here. Oh, wait, no, there's one other one that we see, I guess, in the tutorial, which I would have blocked out. Anyway, whatever. Neat. All right, so I guess we don't see the next one until the potion vendor talks. Okay, that looks really good. All right, so now the final portrait will show up as soon as he gets up from the dead. Excellent. And that same one should show up in the tutorial, which is not going to work right now. So I got to go make that work. Yeah, I think it'll just skip right to the town, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go make that work then. So town, skip tutorial, and we'll just say if false and there. And what this will let us do is just see this first dialogue, which should have the skeleton, yeah. And then I don't think the skeleton talks anymore. No, that's it. Actually, wait a second. Who talks at the end of the battle then? Oh, no, it is the skeleton. Okay, yeah. So then we're fine. All right, cool. Yeah. I am digging it. Okay, now there is one problem here, which is that we apparently have a conflict in a UID file. I'm still not sure how this could even happen. I guess because each of our editors generated their own UID file. So what do we do here? Git pull origin main, no rebase. Yeah, now it finds a conflict, which is this. We got to figure out which one of these is correct. So I should probably just use whatever's on challenge mode because that's probably working fine. Which would be whatever's in main, which is whatever is incoming. So it should be this, DRD Lavy. Let's just search for it anyway though. I just want to make absolutely certain I'm not messing this up. Copy path. Use AI for anything in the project? I do use it for Copilot. And hey, Bitcoin. Yeah, this is the correct thing. Okay, so let's accept incoming. And then save, and then click the plus, and then continue. And everything should work totally fine. So now if I do a git push, we should have no conflicts here. Come on. Okay, good. Yeah. And then let's try it one more time. It's a Claude Code with Godot, and it's working. If done with baby steps. Yeah, I've never tried Claude Code before. I think it'd be neat to do any sort of like prototype-y level work, or maybe work for a video or something and vibe code it. Because those are things where correctness doesn't matter, at least. Well, correctness doesn't matter very much. For a video, it certainly doesn't. Like, imagine if, I don't know, you're making a marketing video and you just need some like spreadsheet software in the background. It's like those spreadsheets don't need to have real data. No one's gonna zoom in on the video and find out that they're broken or something. And for prototyping things, it's like it doesn't need to be fast or secure. It's just like, is this idea fun? How do we prototype it quickly? So I think it would be cool to try that out sometime. But we are full steam ahead on Skeleseller. Okay, so if I just click any of these, yeah. Well, not any. Let's click most of them. Yeah, nice. Okay. Oh man. It's almost kind of a shame that, oh right, it doesn't show up here. It's almost kind of a shame that you only see this once, but at least everyone has a reason to click the NPCs once. So they will see them and they will appreciate that, I think. These look great. Comment. Okay, done with that. And the final one is fix memory leak on adventure item drop off to Guildmaster. Part 1 of 2. Drop off item adds a new child item, but it's never freed. Flying item only removes the child node. This results in 8 orphan nodes from item, which would be really bad once you get lots of keys. So imagine this if you don't have item stacking. Part 2 is 11:30, but I can't figure that out. Okay. So let's take a look at this. Yeah. $700 in cursor in 7 hours. Man. But is that because they already hit their limits? Or is it just like they couldn't have done it in any way without spending $700? So this frees it. Why do we, where do we do, let's search for item.queueFree. I'm not in the branch yet, but I wanted to see, do we do this somewhere else? Cook. Okay, okay, I see. So process item probably needs this. Where else is this called? From here. So won't this be a problem? If this is null, I think this is going to be a problem. All right, how do we detect this? Pay $200 for the Anthropic plan. I only hit the limit on weekends, working on 4 projects at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how the payment for these things usually works, so I haven't looked into that too much. Either way, if you're enjoying it, you're getting some value out of it, I think it's nice. Do you find that you're learning a lot while doing it, Bitcoin? All right, so I know this is only ever called with a location, but let's say we don't have a location. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Wait, first let's go prove that there's even an orphan node here. There's a way to print out orphans. Orphan. Okay, I wrote about it in my notes, I guess. Didn't know what I do know well. They had about 3,500 lines of unnecessary changes. It's glamour code. Yeah, the else block never gets executed, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't fix the bug for if it did get executed. Especially because the solution is to do what we did in the rest of the code here, which is to put the remove child into the, or sorry, the queue free into process item, not into this callback. Because, yeah, when you're fixing a bug, you want to make sure you're fixing it everywhere. What was I doing though? I had some idea that oh yeah, that is an orphan node thing. Let's go do this. Print orphan nodes. Town, unhandled input, page up. Okay. So we do this. Hey, Krasner. Hope you crushed this week. Thank you. You too. Very little. It's low-key scary how brain dead it really is, just prompting it. Yeah. Okay, so if we drop off an item to the Guildmaster, the only orphan nodes that should print out are these ones. And this is for reward stuff, so we can ignore that. But if I were to... How do we test this? I guess I need to go into normal mode so I can get the treasure room. So I can make chests so that I can do this. And then it's only when you drop it off to the guild. So I do that once, and then I press this button. And now we should see tooltip content and then a bunch of item stuff here. Yeah. So what I think we need to do... Oh, wait, let's save this. In fact, let's put this here. If I save and load, does it load the brooch there? Yeah, it does. Okay, that's fine. Where are we doing this? There. So this is not remove child. This is going to be item.queueFree. Wait, no. We're going to do it this way. So this will fix it in one case, but it won't fix it in the other case. And then I want to just test that, and then we'll put this in process item, and it should be fine. In fact, I can't imagine... there's something wrong there, but I do want to test that. All right, load game. So this fixes this issue. I'm gonna drag a couple of these in there. Yeah, so now there's no item stuff. But if we were to say location equals null, then it's gonna go into this code, which is now not gonna free it, and I think there will be an orphan node still. Yeah, unfortunately, I had to load the game this way. I gotta fix that bug too. Okay, so now it did not fly in. Oh, it actually didn't do anything. Oh, wait, no, it didn't do anything because I already had one. But if I do this second one, it should make a sound. Yeah. Yep, there it is. So yeah, we gotta fix this in both cases. Okay, let's put this in here. Oh wait, what am I doing? We should do this on the branch. Yeah. Let's discard both of these things. This is 1131. Okay, so town unhandled input. Put that there. We get rid of the queue free from here and put it in a process item. And then, yeah, I guess we try this out. Yep. Want to cause problems in other places now? What is it? Like calling queue free on this item? Because what I was saying is, if you just look at, if you search for item.queueFree, you should see in all the other places this same pattern. So here, oh wait, remove child is apparently still needed. I guess queueFree is going to do that though. In fact, to the point where the remove child isn't necessary. But yeah, if you look at this pattern of if there's a star position, do cook item, else do cook item. The free is in cook item. So again, if we keep looking through that, Guildmaster is what I just did. Hang on, let me see. Item disappeared is not the thing. Turn an item. Yeah, so same thing over here. We have an if for if there's a position, we call turn an item. Else we do turn an item. And then inside turn an item is where we have queue free. So this is the pattern we follow in the rest of the code base. And it should be followed here too. And I think there should be at least like 2 other places where this happens. Scrap item. Yeah, same thing here. Scrap item, scrap item. And scrap item is what calls queue free on this thing. So yeah, I'm guessing there's one other spot where that happens too. It's not important though. But it should not cause any problems. But there was a remove child from this. And I want to figure out exactly how does queue free work. Does it remove the child immediately and then queue up freeing it? Or does freeing it on the next frame remove the child? Window queue free. I don't think it even tells you how this works. I also don't think it matters. Where's the documentation for this? Searching Bing. Note, here we go. Queue free. All of its children are deleted as well. Not deleted instantly, can be accessed. May be freed after other stuff. There was another mention of this on here. Also free all of his children. No, yeah, it doesn't tell you how that works. But, oh wait, what's that? To delete a node, CQ free. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if this matters. Hey, Smebber. I don't know if Brio is how you want your name pronounced or something. Do let me know. I have a name pronunciation thing, and I'm happy to add an entry for you. All right, so the question is, do we bother calling remove child item here? And I guess we should, yeah. It's fine. Brio or Smebber? Those are 2 very different names. All right, looks good. So this is always free Guildmaster items. We were only freeing in the case that location was defined, which is always true for now, but we may have added, or we might add code in the future and don't want a memory leak to be there. And I don't have the location equals null thing, do I? No, I got rid of that. Okay. Okay. So this problem is fixed. Yeah. So let's push that. And then the next thing we got to fix is this. To make sure, can you drop off some adventure items? Yeah, I did that. I tested and I ran the code that I have. It's on main now if you want to try it out later, but like I did just do that. Okay, so next up is this one. Purchasing a new treasure chest will always result in 10 orphan nodes sitting somewhere and are never cleaned up. The tooltip is causing the problem. Adding the following to treasure chest partially solves the issue. So I think the issue here is we're making a tooltip regardless of whether this thing is in the scene. Hey Matt, you beat challenge mode cheating? I am actually curious about your experience. So is it too hard? Is it fun? Are you improving? Do you feel that the runs are different from one another? I have a million questions, and I'm glad that you've been trying it. That is very helpful. Okay, so we did see the treasure chest tooltip stuff. I got to figure out how this is working. I think we make a tooltip. Add the child temporarily just so they're ready is called. And we initialize tooltip content, which is this. But this may not be in the scene tree at the time that we free the treasure chest thing. Okay. Been a whirlwind of a weekend plus a deployment. Hoping to get some more time on it this week. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, and hopefully by the time you try it again, I've pushed a couple of changes. Like today, the main goal is for me to make it so that the treasure room is actually a viable strategy. And I've got a bunch of ideas in mind for that, and I think it should help. But right now, the treasure room, it's 150 gold per chest. It's 50 gold per key, and you basically need 5 keys to make it worthwhile. So it's 400 gold total when the target gold is 7,500. So like how many chests are you going to open and what percentage of your target is going to be spent on that? Oh, actually, by the way, this doesn't count toward your target. So it's actually like hurting you in multiple ways. No clue what's happening. So what's happening is we set up the tooltip, but we don't always show it. So if the tooltip is showing when we free the treasure chest, then it should be freed correctly. Although, where do we put the tooltip content? Maybe that's the real problem. Set text and hovered on this. Yeah. Anyway, I think the solution is basically just to put the tooltip thing here. Tooltip content.queue free. And I think that should fix it. But first, let's go replicate the bug. Also, let's do this on the right branch. How about that? Yeah, let's do git stash. I merged this, right? This is 11:30. Yeah, I merged it. Super fun. Kevia here. I'm already a big fan of the game. Did notice treasure room was a bad call. Would never go for that. Priorities farm, pond, enchanter, but I'm torn on enchanter. Quests don't seem super good for challenge modes. Quests are amazing. I like them a lot. Especially, at least the first one. It's 36 gold for another worker. That's pretty good. There's actually literally a perk for another worker, and sometimes I'm willing to spend like 150 on it. Although I guess it's slightly different because money spent on perks means it counted toward the target. Money spent on quests doesn't count toward the target. No monetary reward, yeah. There's important context in the second comment. If we free this and you keep hovering over the same chest, it'll throw exceptions until you hover over a new chest. Tries to access tooltip kitter's content. We probably just need to hide the tooltip for this. When you open a chest, you'll see a chest opening progress. Which can take the chest off your mouse. If you hover over it again while it's opening, tooltip will stay on screen permanently. Okay, yeah, I'll look into this. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, this thing about the extractor. No, quests work this way too. And that they don't count toward the objective. Maybe it's more obvious that way though, I'm not totally sure. All right, so we are on main now. Now git stash pop and load this up. And we're not doing any queue free here. We're just checking to see that this is a problem. I should probably change load so that it always assumes that you're in regular mode. Yeah, I should do that. Otherwise, we got to click an extra like 3 times to do this thing. Getting enough customers. I hyper-focused on getting sludge and my weapon and armors weren't selling super well. Eventually, got enough items, but not enough customers. Yeah, I think the other thing that'd probably help is if the game made it a bit easier. Like, if you don't get customers, there's not too much you can do about selling things because the garbage slime on their own is not enough. And so maybe we need more garbage slime perks. I'm not sure. Okay, so how do we do this? We go into town, load game. I think we have to set title screen dot challenge mode configuration. How do we know that you're even in challenge mode? Oh, there's a gameplay mode, isn't it? Gameplay mode selected. Got it. Equals gameplay mode dot regular. Okay, I think that should do it. All right, so now if I load game, it's going to load this the whole time? Yeah, good. Wait, no, maybe not good? I don't know. I'll just make a new game. And we'll do that. And we want there to be 2 treasure chests that can be opened. So if I open these now, and then I look at orphan nodes, the tooltip content is orphaned only once? It's because I only hovered over one of them? Huh, strange. Let's take a look again. I should just restart. Yeah, there's nothing happening now. We load. There should still be nothing happening because I haven't done anything yet. Oh, it does have the tooltip thing. Oh, right, because it's not in the scene tree. Yeah, of course. All right, that is what we expect. But then when we get rid of these things, they're still not in the scene tree, and they never would have gotten freed. Yeah. I'd love to hide these other things that are showing up here. Good things about the overall design. I think it's starting to shape up, but one of the things that worries me is if there's a strategy that makes you win, that would be problematic. Because then it's like, oh, I didn't get enough customers, I can't win. Or, oh, I didn't get to the deep forest, I can't win. I want there to be other ways of you still being able to win. And I guess that's one of the things I should write here. Make sure this would actually change your runs. Does it let you get by with fewer customers? Does it let you get by with a lower level battle party? Okay, so as mentioned here, I think if we do this, this will stop this from happening. But then what Dark said is that when you're hovering over this, there could be a problem. But this is only when you get rid of the chest. So let's take a look. Load game. We click these things. Now I press page up, and we should not see a leak. Yeah, there is no treasure chest stuff here. This is all happening because this is coming from the battle map. I don't recall exactly where. There's some tooltip that we free somewhere. I guess we don't ever have to. It's like rewards or something. Rewards container. Is this a special script? No, there's, I don't remember where this happened. Why does this refer to this one? That doesn't look correct at all. What? I guess the same thing is used by both of them. Wow. Why C#? I've got the why C# question there. I don't know what good bosses are to challenge mode. Well, bosses are like a free item when your battle party's high enough. So like once you hit level 4, let's say, on a couple of adventures, you can pretty much guaranteed beat the ogre, and it's worth 100 gold. And by then you might have the garbage slime, so it might be worth like 120. And that's generally worth it. All map rewards will be orphaned. But there's something we did to address this. It makes sense that they'd be orphaned now, but they should... Oh, here it is. It's possible the rewards container wasn't a child of anything, so it may not have been disposed of yet. Okay, that's, I guess, what we were doing here. And in freeing this, it's going to have all of the children in there that get freed. Okay, so, yeah, what's the problem when we do this? Yeah, that. Okay, so let's turn this off. So why is that happening? Cannot access a disposed object. So this is inside the scene tree from somewhere else. So then as soon as this thing gets cleaned up, we should probably just turn off the tooltip, right? Yeah, if hover chest is null, return. Where do we open the chest? Where do we open the chest? Opened chest. There it is. Open chest. All right, this should be pretty simple. I think we just do if hovered chest equals treasure chest. Is there a stop hover? Yeah, there it is. All right, easy. Okay, let's try that out. One free item versus keeping my battle party spitting out 4 to 6 items. Also never got the slime. Yeah, it's... I'm not saying the balance is perfect. We definitely have to work on some of that stuff. But back to your deployment. All right, take care. And thanks for playing, and I hope you do enjoy playing some more. All right, so let's load up again. Open the chest. Try keeping the cursor of the tooltip, like, on top of the chest. I want to know what's happening. I think I just fixed it. Yeah, I think it's fixed now. Yeah, it should be fixed now. So the thing is, we just had to free the tooltip, and then the problem with hovering over it, we just needed to mark that this thing wasn't hovered over it anymore. Re-hover the chest. Yeah, it should be fixed. Did I press that too soon? I might have pressed that too soon. No, it's not that I pressed it too soon. It's that there's still a treasure chest there. That's why this thing is still showing up. Okay, let's click this one then. So we hover over it again. We stop with it hovered over. Then we press page up. And yeah, it's fixed. Yeah, if this is not sufficient, then, I mean, we can come back to this, but this should be fine. So yeah, when you get rid of the treasure chest, what is this? The tooltip may not have a parent. But even if it does, well, we freed... How do I write this? Yeah, I think the tooltip may not have a parent, so we have to free it here. It's okay if this happens twice. Wait a second, though. Yeah. And then this code is just needed for... Yeah, we're about to free the tooltip. So don't show is the one you're hovering over. Okay. All right, let's check this in. Yep, looks good. All right, so this is 1130. Fix memory leak or treasure chest. Fixes 1130. We just needed to free the tooltip. if you were still hovering over that chest when we free it, or when we open it, then we hide the tooltip now. So wait a second, what's gonna happen here? Opened chest is gonna call... Something's gonna free the chest. Where does that take place? I wanna make certain nothing's wrong here. Open chest. Play open. Is this gonna defer freeing it? Wait, no, that's when you click it. There are two parts of opening a chest. Yeah, so, okay, I see. Hello, Madama. You've not been here in apparently 4 years. Welcome back. How's it going? We need to make sure this is not hoverable again. And I guess there is a fade out time here. So where does start hover happen, I wonder? It calls opened chest. Which gives you the items. What calls into this? Oh, this thing does. Okay, I see. So as long as it hasn't been opened already. So then that's... Okay, there's one more thing we got to do then, I think. Hovered over chest. Is only if the treasure chest has not been opened. Yeah, here. Is there an is opened? Was opened. Yeah, okay. All right, there. Hey, PG King. Got burned out on Twitch for a good while. Yeah, I was also gone for quite some time because I was working at Google. Now I'm back. Unity. This is Godot. Yeah. And PG King, you haven't been here for a while either. Welcome back. Okay, so this is while it was fading out. So if we did this and then open this and then while it's fading out, we hovered over it, I think it would have caused a problem. It didn't seem to, but why? Okay, no, it does. Yeah. And I think I just fixed that right now. Yeah. Been missing quite a bit. Oh yeah, that's, I mean, it's all just Skeleseller development. All right, I think I fixed this now. Yeah. Now you can't hover over it when it's being deleted. In fact, why don't we just free the... Well, we free the tooltip at the right time, I guess. We just need to make sure it wasn't already showing. Or that you can't open this. I guess we could leave it to the parent to figure out, because I think this is a little bit strange. Alright, let me think of what's best to do here. What's going to make this clearest in the future? I guess we could just check here if this has been opened already. Yeah, let the parent decide. I think that makes more sense. Although this is private, yeah. I think it's okay. Okay, let's write this here. If opened, we wouldn't have freed the tooltip yet. We don't want it to show the tooltip though because we're going to free it. Hang on, why was that insufficient? open. There's also fade out. Fade out here. Cube free. So this doesn't tell the treasure room this. This is what we should probably be listening to. Is like treasure chest was deleted. So that we stop hovering over it. And then we shouldn't have any problem whatsoever. Yeah, I think that's what we should do. Looking for playtesters? Is replaying it worth something for you? So replaying depends on when you played. So if it was like 1 year ago, then yes, definitely. Worth it. If it was like 4 weeks ago, then no. But the thing we're looking to playtest is challenge mode, which unless you played on Thursday of last week or since Thursday of last week, then you wouldn't have ever even seen. So yeah, it would be worth it in that case. And I can show you what that's all about. Hey, Pressel. Mappy Hyundai. Mappy Hyundai to you too. All right, so this is where I think we should do something here. We emit a signal saying that this thing is now gone. Alternatively, we could have just checked to see if this thing is a valid instance. I think we have a, yeah, if hover chest is not null and it's still valid. Is valid. What is it? What's the thing? Is instance valid? That's what it is. So this would have also worked, I believe. Hover chest is null. I guess we could have done it down here. Wonder how long this takes to run. Oh, it's all in C#. Huh, easy. Had to do this through raising events down from the chest to the room to prevent showing the tooltip because the room doesn't know about the chest. The room does know about the chest. I mean, even right here, you know what the hovered chest is. I know what you're saying. It can't access all of them, but even then, I think it has like a way of reading through the displays. We should be able to get the displays. I guess that's a level of indirection you're talking about. Play demo on April 11th. April 11th. Let me think. I think some stuff would have changed, but maybe not a ton. Anyway, let me put it this way. So if you get access to the playtest version, it's mostly for testing challenge mode. If you play the demo again, that'll be for like refreshing your memory on how things work. The playtest version has cheats, and I want to fix a problem today where you can just use the playtest version for everything, but there are some little issues that make it be off a little bit. Okay, so I think that we can just use, we don't even need this really. Yeah, I think we can just delete this. Although we probably should nullify that. Yeah, maybe the smarter thing to do is just null this thing out and not ever have any of this. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll do that. I think I'm convinced that that's the right way to go about doing this. Okay, so this is going to be a, like, freed chest, which we otherwise wouldn't know how to do this. Okay, and then the room listens for this. So we don't even need this here. Private void freed chest. On stop hover chest. Okay. All right, now something needs to listen for that, and I think we should be fine. Okay. So this code still could have been kept the same way that it was. Yeah, Let's add this in and delete that. All right, looks good, and looks good. Okay, so now let's try it out. Except for I don't have the orphan thing in town, but I guess that's not the problem here because we know that we're freeing this. Yeah, large mouse cursor. I think that was I doing that on Windows as well? I think I was. All right, load the game. Hey, cowboy. Okay, so we're gonna hover over this. It's already not allowing us to hover over it. Why? Hovered over. Treasure chest I hovered over. Did I leave that code in? I did. Yeah, whoops. The whole point was that I shouldn't have had to do that. All right, yeah. I'm expecting it to now keep the tooltip there until it disappears. So if I hover over this, it should go away on its own now. Yeah, but it does it sooner than I expected. Is it because the cursor moved? Why is that happening? It's not causing any problems. I don't totally get why it's disappearing that soon. Yeah, it's working. Why is it going away that soon? Oh, what's this? Delete that, I guess. Shouldn't be necessary anymore. Skeleseller pointers in your system. Yeah, I could. All right. No, it's still going away immediately. Why is it doing that? It's not even a problem that it's doing that. I just don't know why. I think because it's hovering over the item very briefly. I think if we had this emit 0 items, it wouldn't be a problem anymore. Maybe if I hover over the upper left. No, I don't think there's any way to make it not do that. Yeah. But yes, I think that's the reason this is happening. Either way, there are no more exceptions. Yeah. Okay, how do we make it not spew out an item? Loot. Here it is. Done. There's just no items now. No, there's no deluxe version. And yeah, actually, Ski had an idea that what if we had a premium edition of Skeleseller where it just made your skeleton gold and it did nothing else? And I still think, you know, we could potentially do that, like a supporter edition, that sort of thing. Perfect. Okay, yeah, this is working exactly what I want. Can you hover over it while it's disappearing? Yeah. This should fix it. So there we go. Yeah. So now it's not causing any issues. This is exactly what I wanted to do. This is, I think, the cleanest code for it too, because it's down to just a few changes. How do we close out of all this stuff? Like I said, I still want to sort of show people what challenge mode is all about. So we free the tooltip. We keep track of when we freed this thing, and when we do, we say that you stopped hovering over the chest. We just needed to free the tooltip. If you're still hovering over that chest when we were about to free it, then we hide the tooltip so that we don't run into exceptions trying to update the tooltip on a chest that is no longer valid. And am I on main? Yes. I am. Okay. Main. Cool. Push. Okay, so those things have all been fixed. So merge PR is done. File notes from below is next. Let me show off challenge mode really fast so that people who have not been following the stream for a while can be up to date on this stuff. So we had been working on just Skeleseller, and that's the only plan, was to make one mode and that's it. You'd get done and you'd just be done with the game. The problem is a lot of people wanted more content or wanted the current content to last for longer, neither of which I think I'd be okay with. More content just takes forever, and making the current content last longer is like what most idle games do. So I didn't like either of these routes. This is not bad. If I had, you know, infinite resources, I would probably just have done this, and then we would have made a game that's like 20 hours long and every single hour is fun and different. But instead what we came up with is a way to make the current content replayable. So that's what challenge mode is. Ignoring all this text, you start challenge mode by picking a specialization. So let's say you want to start with a farm, you pick this one. And then you pick a difficulty. Let's just pick medium for now. And you immediately get 3 random perks. So we get the expanded warehouse, we get well water level 2, more treasure stands. And now, instead of being able to pick perks individually, so normally you click this board and be like, oh, I want the farm to be bigger. Now, instead, you just get buy perk. So you click this, and you're presented with a roguelike set of 3 options, and you pick which one you want. And in this case, we only can use this one right now. These require things we don't have yet. So if we take this quick move menu, and then if we were to get items, now we have the quick move menu. So like that's how perks work. Same thing with battle perks. Instead of just choosing which adventurer do you want to level up, you will just pick a battle perk, and it's like, oh, cool, there's the cleric, and we get some power, we get some return damage, we get more healing received. But maybe you look at this one and you're like, ooh, actually, I want haste on this character. So this is our way of getting some replayability in the game, and this is what we need a lot of playtesting on. And we've already identified a bunch of issues, so today I'm hoping to publish a patch that will fix some of those issues, but we don't have enough time in one day to fix all of them. Who made the music? I made the music. And thanks. I'm glad you like it. Twitch doesn't have reactions. You have to reply. Lame. Yeah, it's all replies. How do you deal with copyright for assets? If I were to make a game, I'd be terrified of having a similar asset to a large game company. I don't think anyone's ever concerned about similar assets unless you could confuse the two. Like, let's say you make a bear in your game and it looks like this. It's got yellow shorts and a blue backpack. It's like, okay, that's probably a reference to Banjo-Kazooie. If it's intended to pass off as a unique thing, then it's probably not fair. But if it's a reference to Banjo-Kazooie and it's like a one-off thing, that's probably fine. You know, it's like, imagine who's going to actually sue you over the use of their artwork. So if you have an Italian plumber in your game, it's probably fine. If you name it Mario and you make it look like Mario, that's probably not fine anymore. So, I think where you actually might have to worry about this stuff is if you got some random assets online and you're not sure who has the license, but like that wasn't the case for me. We got asset packs, which are very clear about their licensing, and then Quickie Joe did all the custom artwork on top of that. So from an asset perspective, I'm not worried about Skeleseller at all. I usually try to be very thorough about these things too, including to the point where if, let's say, like Kevin submitted a PR and had an arrow, I'm like, where'd you get the arrow from? And I don't think anyone's going to sue anyone else over one arrow icon, but I still want to make sure that we have the license to use it. I'm starting to think that the farm is too strong for challenge mode. I guess that's intended. Like, just can't prioritize anything else over the farm. Kind of not worth it. I think the treasure room should be possible, and I think the fishing pond might have to be changed a bit to make it possible. But that's what I'm talking about. I think if you do feel like any building is too strong and that everything else pales in comparison, that probably we have a balance issue. You plan on having image representations of the perks menu? So we already have icons in the game for the perks. I just don't show it in challenge mode right now because I didn't want to have too much information when you're picking. But after you've picked, they do show up as icons in here. It's just while you're picking, they don't. So like this one, quick move menu. If we click that one, we now see the icon for the quick move menu. So we could show those here too. I just don't know where. Like maybe we could try to fit it in this little corner bit here or something, but you probably want it to be centered. Maybe put it in the upper left. I can write it down. Yeah. Consider showing icons for town perks. We could reserve the upper left of the perk choice. I'm just going to draw this out. So like title of perk and description of perk. And that could be many lines. And then we do something here. Icon. Yeah, so something like this. I'll just take a picture of this. This is not intended to look great. It's just a visual representation of how we can do this. Picture something like this. Yeah. Someone adding an atom to a game. Already been done. Okay. So next up, we have to file the notes from below. So for playtesters, default to normal mode. Yeah, this is one of the first things we have to do. All right, next up, add easy mode. Yeah, I think we should probably try this too. You start with 3 random buildings, 3 random perks, 2 level 2 adventurers. Like the whole point is just to give you a much easier way of starting this. Maybe like an extra worker, 2 extra workers, and 2 level 2 adventurers. The point isn't for it to be a challenge. Be a specialization for now, I guess. Could allow players to adjust the number of starting perks they have. All items sell for 15 gold. Oh, sure. Let's just file that one really fast. I think I have that here. There. All right, let's just put these in here for now. There's phase 2. I kind of want easy mode to be in beginning. Will it have a speedrun value? Or will it have a speedrun value? I'm not sure. I think that's for speedrunners to decide. I need to let people keep playing after they lose. Yeah, let's do this today too, I think. So that change, that change. Treasure room changes should happen first. Mid-run trade-offs. The runs feel the same. You're always maxing a DPS. Yeah, I want to re-release today. Okay. All right, default to normal. Did I accidentally check this in? I might have. No, I did not. Okay, so for now, we're going to just set title screen.gameplay mode selected equals regular. So when we do get to saving and loading, stop hard coding this in town.whatever. Yeah. Oh, and then let's make a new branch before I forget. Get checkout -b improve challenge mode. All right, so we got our new branch. Make a new branch, done. Yeah, default to normal mode. So default to loading saved files in regular mode. This should let you use the load game button anywhere, e.g. on the title screen or if you were already in challenge mode. Note that challenge mode save files are still broken, but that's just because I haven't spent any time on them. It shouldn't even be that hard to fix them. It's just not worth it yet. A challenge mode run lasts for like 30 or 40 minutes, which if a playtester doesn't have, then they just shouldn't be playtesting, basically. And I know that might sound bad, but like I wrote this directly in this screen. Save files don't work, so allot 30 to 45 minutes to play through a run. It's like, if you don't have this as a real player, that's a problem. If you don't have this as a playtester, then like, yeah, unfortunately, you just can't do anything right now about that. But that's just a matter of prioritization. Okay, so this is now done. So let's go try it out. Now, no matter what, if you had a save file in regular mode, loading the game should work. Challenge mode, it still won't. But let's say we go into regular mode and we go build the farm. So now we save and we return to the title screen. Clicking load should be fine. And even going into challenge mode and picking something else here like this and clicking load should still be fine. Yeah, nice. And we're in regular. Oh, no, we're not. Uh-oh. 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 What happened there? Oh, is this done too late? Oh, drat. And I published that branch, so I'm gonna need to force publish, won't I? Yeah, this gameplay mode. We need to know if you're loading the game. Yuck. I don't like that at all. Probably a better way to do this. So now it's in a knit. And that should fix it. Once you start playing, I'll most likely play again. Then 3 hours pass. I mean, I hope so. I am concerned about the differing strategies bit. This is still broken. How is it broken, though? Let me put a breakpoint here. It should be breaking into this, yeah. And it's setting the gameplay mode. So why does it think we're in challenge mode still? Oh, now it doesn't. Wait. What? Hold on. Maybe it doesn't get hit that first time? I'm trying to just do a band-aid fix for this. And maybe I shouldn't be. Okay, this is being hit. So it's setting it back to regular mode. So then why isn't this working? It's like we have the wrong listeners here. I don't know how that's even possible, though. Well, what calls a knit on this? Ready does. And something adds the town. I guess it's when you're loading a game. Title screen. We don't have a load game from in there, though. You only have it from here. What did this do? Loaded game. What listens for this? This does transition to this. Transition to the main scene town state. Okay, yeah, maybe we'll just put this here then. And delete it from this. So delete that thing. I guess delete that. I'm not even certain this is going to work. Did it? No, what's going on? It's the wrong... Wait, if I load twice, does it work? No, it's the wrong mode that we're loading from. But I'm not certain how that's even happening. It's like we initialize the UI. This thing knows to set up the challenge mode details. That's the end screen and everything. I guess there's what menu dot in it. Here. Does this check for challenge mode? It does, and it checks it based on the town. How does the town figure this out? Is this just hard-coded? Oh my god. Oh, there are two different modes. Okay. So we need to find out that we need to know if this is happening in the right order. And this is in the title screen, which is where this should pull this from. Yeah, there must be a race condition here. Yeah, fine. All right, so when it gets called first, I don't care about that one. I care about when you hit load, what happens first. Somehow the town is being initialized first. Okay, that's not what I would expect. Yeah, that's definitely not what I would expect. Load new scene. Where was that called from? Transition scene. Huh. Is this not a thing? Finished. Oh, this is finished loading. I want when it started loading. Oh. Then I guess we just put this here. Okay. That might fix this. Now let's put a breakpoint there. Yeah, this is me being an idiot. I should have done this the right way the first time. It's still not being hit. Okay, that part I don't understand then. Without intro state. There must be something else going on when you load. All right, let's go look at the game settings menu. This has a load button, right? No, it's in-game menu that does. Yeah, there it is, load button. So what happens when you press this? We call onload. Onload goes to the UI. Try to load game. Try to load game. Calls into this stuff. And that calls in a loaded game. What am I missing here? Huh. Transition to main scene town state. Okay. Well, if this is the only listener for this, we're going to set this here then. Disk, disk, disk. Does it think you're in challenge mode? Only happens if you play from the editor? Oh, it thinking you're in challenge mode was intentional. I wanted to make it so that whenever I test, I'm testing in challenge mode. But when you load a game, it should assume you're in regular mode. Yeah, there, we finally got it. Okay. So now if I'm on the title screen, yeah, it works. Okay, but if I go into challenge mode. Perfect. Okay, that fixed it. That was frustrating. So this is now in main scene town state. Yeah. And then the town itself doesn't need to do anything here, yeah. Fix how we load regular mode save files. I was doing the wrong thing in the wrong place. Actually, it was the right thing in the wrong place. So the only way for this to work is, well, we should have amended the commit. I guess it's gonna be fine. Use night filter when working for long. I think I have that set to automatically start on the operating system level. Welcome in, Benny. Yeah, back on Windows, I used an app called Flux. I think it's now built in, and now I'm on Mac anyway. But I think it's built in on Windows now, and I'm pretty sure it's built in on Mac as well. I don't really notice a difference, though. Honestly, the biggest difference I notice is not a computer-related one. It's just meditate before you sleep. That's the biggest difference in any sort of like sleep quality I've noticed. Okay, so this is done. Definitely need to let people keep playing after they lose. And there was one other little problem. Oh yeah, skip the intro for challenge mode. Okay, so keep playing after you lose. There is something called replay here. Yeah, this. Game is still playing in the background. If you do this, you need to change the text. Yeah, this should be pretty simple. So there's a lose screen. And the lose screen has this turned off. Now it's turned on again. To the point where now there's no difference between the win screen and the lose screen, right? Challenge mode lose screen. Challenge mode win screen. They are different. Because the margins are different? What? I don't understand. Why would the margins only be different on one of these? Huh. What even is that margin container? Panel slash margin slash VBox is the parent. So panel, margin, VBox. There should be another margin container here. There isn't one. Oh my god, yeah, there's only one here. Oh, that's why it's different, because this label only shows up in the win screen because you only unlock the next difficulty in the win screen. Okay, sure, that's fine. All right, so you can now press continue playing. And there's something that says free play. You've already won, but you might not have won. You might have lost. So how do we know that you've lost? I guess instead of ended a game, we can keep track of whether you won or lost. Yeah. I could just have free play like you've already... I could just write 1/lost. Let's just keep track of it correctly. So we could do this in two different ways. We could either have two booleans, one to represent whether it ended and one to represent whether you've lost, or we could just have an enumeration. I think let's go with the enumeration route. I want to see, where have we ever added an enumeration inside of another class? Well, we never do this. Oh, here we go. Yeah, just a public enumeration. I want to see where it went. It goes in between actions and properties. Actions and properties. So here's an action, here's a property, so we put it right here. Okay, and we just say like challenge mode game state. So it's either ongoing, ended in loss, or ended in win. What's the name of your custom cursor? I like it. This is just the built-in cursor. It's just a little larger than normal. If you're talking about the one in Skeleseller, this is something that Quickie Joe drew. So like Quickie Joe's working as an artist on the game, and he drew a bone hand. So it's not something we found online, if that's what you're asking. Something that was drawn specifically for Skeleseller. But yeah, if you're talking about this one and how it's like slightly blue, that's just the OS cursor, and I just colored it slightly blue using the OS setting. On Windows, you can change the cursor color too. So like for that stuff, just you know, Google like Windows how to change cursor, or Mac how to change cursor, and you should find it. All right, so now ended game isn't needed here. We can just keep track of the challenge mode state. Well, I guess we need to change this to this, huh? Challenge mode, game state, game state. So we start in the ongoing state. Now has ended or was ended. What did I call this? Ended game. It's neither one of those. All right, so ended game is the same as saying that it is not ongoing. Yeah, although we should probably just make a Boolean that does that for us. Public bool, or maybe public, maybe private. I guess it was only used privately before this anyway. Private bool ended game. Okay, now we just rename this. So there is no ended game equals true. This is going to be this. Yeah, nice. Didn't realize it was the default. Yeah. Well, default minus the size and color, but those are things you can do yourself. Really wish someday to have your level of understanding in programming. The stuff I'm doing right now is not too crazy. Like I just talked about, how about this? I'll run through that problem really quickly, because I think this is something that you probably should understand as a beginner programmer. So we have this concept in the game of, is it still going on? Did you win or did you lose? So there are two high level approaches you can do here that would make sense. One is you have like bool is ongoing, and then you have a bool like did win. So this is really straightforward. Either yes or no, the game is still ongoing. And if it's not ongoing, either yes or no, you've won. The problem here is that if this is if this is true, if the game is still going on, then this means nothing because you haven't won or lost. So this is actually in some like weird third state. So that's one approach, is to go with two Booleans. And the other approach is to go with an enumeration, just saying, okay, you're either in ongoing, or you're in won, or you're in lost. And that's it. So now at any given point, these states are complete. You're in one or the other. And you can tell at a glance what you're in without needing two Booleans. So that's all I changed here. And that on its own is something, like I said, I think a beginner programmer would even understand. the navigating and everything else that's going on here, yeah, that might be a little bit beyond a beginner, but the general concept of what I did should be simple. All right, so this should work. And now we have this free play thing. And now this, instead of saying you've already won, should probably say you've already won or lost. So string verb equals game state. Oh wait, we changed the label once here anyway. We didn't even need to do this. I didn't realize this was in this function. Yeah, so verb equals did win question mark won or lost. Put the verb in. Cool. Yeah, sure. And I'm happy to clarify those sorts of things too. If you're ever curious about like, oh, what are you doing or why? I might give different sort of levels of detail for that. All right, so check this out. Now it says time remaining is 35 minutes. If I were to force a win, it says at the top, free play, you've already won. The only way to force a loss right now is to just make time pass, and we're not gonna wait 35 minutes, so let's go make the timer be a lot lower. Where's the time start label? Time limit in minutes. This thing broke on me. All right, so time limit in minutes, we're gonna set to 1, I guess. There. When the lost text not trigger because guarded by did win? Yes, you were correct, and I will fix that in just a sec. That's what we were about to test, so we would find out that that's not working, and that's what would have prompted me to go check that out. 1 minute is still too long to wait, even at 8x speed. But yeah, it's not going to show that you've lost now, because of what Lobsang was just talking about. So let's go fix that. That is in did win right there. Yeah. So we just move this down to here. And that'll do it. To the point where this game state wasn't actually necessary, and that I probably should just get rid of it, but I think it's fine to keep it there just in case we need this in the future. Maybe because you leave the game afterward and we have to do something, or we don't have to do something based on it. All right, so now we should see free play you've already lost in about 3 seconds. And there we go, free play you've already lost. So now you can click continue playing if you want. You can continue playing, but there won't be another objective. When you're finished, you'll have to quit that. Yeah, that's still fine. Yeah, nothing stops us from earning money, right? Yeah. Okay, that's good for now. So why did this change? Oh yeah, of course. All right, so revert this. And this is, yeah, this is pretty straightforward. Okay, so allow player to continue despite losing. I think this will make it easier for playtesters to provide feedback. However, even beyond playtesting, I assume players will always want the option to continue a run. So we're done with that. Skip the intro for challenge mode. Yeah. So let's go into feature flags. We're going to turn off debug, and we're going to turn on playtest. We're going to turn off demo. I don't think that should be on anyway. And I think that's it. Yeah. So the problem is every single time you started a challenge mode run, it would show you the intro to the game again. And you're about to see that. So it's going to put me on the title screen. And then I ask playtesters for help with challenge mode. So you click this, you click your things here, and then it puts you into the cutscene. And you shouldn't have to watch this every time. There is a skip button, so it's not the end of the world. It takes you an extra like couple seconds, but still, let's auto skip it for them. So let's go find out where that happens. So when you click challenge mode, what happens, I guess? We set it on the title screen, and then nothing cares about it. So there's skip title screen right there. We don't want that. We want skip intro. What am I doing? It's this. Or that you entered challenge mode. Title screen dot gameplay mode selected dot is challenge mode. Oh, did I mess something up here? Did I ever do this and not check? No, we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, that should do it. It's a really simple fix. We just skip the intro if you're in challenge mode. So I click this button. Well, I'm gonna click these buttons too, and now it should just drop me right into the game. Nope. Why? Oh, because this skip is hard-coded at the time that we... Okay, I see. So we need this to be over here. Which means I gotta go delete whatever I did up here. So the skip intro is passed in. I guess skip intro... Well... We could change it. Should skip intro equals that, or title screen.gameplay is challenge mode. Okay, that one should work. This technically can be like that. No, it can't because it's static. All right, a little weird. But if I click it, does it work now? It's still going into this? Okay, that's definitely surprising me. Let's put a breakpoint there. Man, this does not bode well. I feel like if I make enough small mistakes early on in the day, that it probably means that the day is not going to get any better. Yeah, so the problem is this state exists at the very beginning, and skip intro is presumably this is going to be false. Yeah. So I want, as soon as you click the button, that we check this. And we're not doing that right now. Or it means the day can only go up. It could mean that Scholar, also high. Yeah, that's the problem we have. So we construct this once. But we're not in this state yet. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Let me think about this a little bit more. So what's happening is we're on the title screen. And at that point, we've already determined that we should not skip the intro. So we need to figure out what is challenge mode doing. Challenge mode. There should be a button for that. There it is. New challenge run screen not show. Okay, that part. Sure, whatever. New challenge run screen. There's something in here that says started run. Yeah. What listens for this? The title screen does. And it calls start new game. And start new game is here. Oh, we just put that there. Okay, that might fix it. Forgot to mention how great you're looking today. Thank you. Thank you. I actually, so I strongly dislike ironing shirts. And yet I wear this kind of shirt, so I iron them all the time. And it takes me forever. And we finally bought like a better steamer than what we had. And I thought, you know what, I'll give it a shot. So I did, and I didn't time it, but it's probably like maybe like 3 to 5 times faster than ironing. So anyway, this is the first time I'm wearing like a steamed shirt rather than an iron shirt. Totally neither here nor there. All right, now we're finally getting this thing to work. Yeah, look at that. We just got a steamer and it works great. Yeah, I think my problem with the steamer that we had is that it was really tiny, so it took a long time. And then the other problem is it's not a replacement for ironing. You still sometimes need to iron things. So like I probably did 9 shirts yesterday, and I need to still do some ironing. He's steamed today. I'm a Twitch steamer. Okay, we fixed this problem. So if I turn all these things off, then it should still skip the intro because I'm on debug mode. Okay. Nice. Awesome. Now, one thing I did not test, which I'm not going to test now, is, does the intro still work for the regular mode? Skip intro for challenge mode playtesters. We previously only skipped it for developers, but people playing challenge mode aren't going to want to watch the intro every time. Done. Okay, so we're finally where I should have been like an hour ago. I spent some time this weekend coming up with what are the tasks we're going to be working on today. And I think I want to work on the treasure room stuff, but I want to read this over again before we do this and lump this into the design. So the things I came up with were these, I guess. You buy a treasure chest for like 25 to 50 gold. I don't know where it should be in that range, but this is a small amount compared to the 150 it used to cost. And then chest takes 6 minutes to open instead of 5. The chest starts by being filled with loot. Special keys decrease the time by a lot more. The rare key perk back. Is getting 16 weapons good? It's not. Something wrong with the tooltip? Its size doesn't change once it gets bigger. Hover over chest many times, zoom out to the max, pan the camera, then hover over it. Size doesn't change once it gets bigger. Let me take a look at what you're saying. Hover over a chest with many items. Okay, that might be something that's hard for me to do. Zoom out to the max. Pan camera to the bottom. I mean, I know I don't have many items in that thing. Fishing pond at the bottom, then hover over it. I think this, I think I need to see a video. Because even in this, there's already a difference in size for these two things. Yeah, I think I need to see a video. I wonder. Well, I mean, I guess we can do this. Wait, no, that won't work. All right. Well, let's get special keys. And let's make 1,000,000 workers and speed this up. And then get more treasure stands. This won't work unless I get more of those. Okay, let's do that now. They're all running around with keys. All right, those are pretty big. Disable auto panning on edges, then pan the camera so you barely see the pond, then move the mouse there. Can you share a video by any chance? Pan the camera so you barely see the pond, then move the mouse there. Okay, I see what you're saying. I wonder when this started happening. And I wonder why this doesn't get fixed. Yeah, that. I see what you're saying. Because I would expect something to lower the size of that again. And I guess it isn't. I wonder, okay. I wonder if the tooltip itself doesn't know how to shrink the content. Because the fishing pond doesn't have any special... Oh, wait, maybe we don't set the content to nothing. Yeah, that might be it. Although then it would fix itself if I looked at a different treasure chest. So like this one, for example. It's... I mean, we'd have to take a picture, I guess, to figure out how many pixels. Whoops, that didn't work. I guess let's just align the fishing pond to the bottom. There, yeah. So it's like one tile. And if I click this, is it still like one tile? Yeah, it doesn't seem to be... It doesn't seem to be decreasing in size. But how would that even be possible? We have tooltip on parent. And this has us positioned on the screen somewhere. There should be some like clamp to screen. Show from source. Show. Position tooltip in screen space. Clamp to viewport. Is this not being called? I could just be using the wrong size. No, it's being called. Okay, that's at least good. So what is that doing wrong? Control rectangle. Probably thinks the size is huge. 363. And what is it really? Because it's probably not 363. It is like 135. And is the largest one 363? Yes. Yeah. Lisa gone? Yeah. I'm happy about that. And thanks for looking into that too. So yeah, the control size is wrong. So let's figure out where that size is coming from. Control that size. Is that what... Ah, it's what the control is. So that means that it is this thing's size that's wrong. So this size is 363. Size can't be used like a method. What? Oh, it's not a method. Yeah. I thought it was. Yep, that's wrong. So why is that wrong, though? What are the children of this? It's just one? It's a panel container? Something needs to be told to make this shrink, I guess. There's a margin container in there. Now what do we have in there? A VBox container. Under there are two things. So I think this VBox container is what's wrong. So I do one.size here. No does not contain definition for size. I think we need to cast this as a control. Yeah, there it is. And that VBox container is presumably empty. Yep. Okay, that's a problem. I think we just say shrink center on that, and I think it should be fine. So where do we do that? Tooltip, custom content, and we just click that button. Does that fix this? Thanks, Amadama. Okay, so now let's try this out. I don't think we have this saved. Oh, nice, I do. Okay, so we do that. And now we click that. That did not fix it. Maybe because the custom content container. No, I don't know why that wouldn't fix it. Shrink center, shrink begin. None of this stuff should matter as long as it's shrinking. It doesn't have a child in it, so I don't understand why this wouldn't get smaller. Oh, let's print this out then. Oh, we need this. So this is a VBox container. I don't actually know for sure that it is. And it really doesn't like me doing that, does it? Yeah, so I think that's the VBox container. And now I think we print out that thing's size. Okay. Let's try running that. This is going to happen every time you hover over something. So we load the game. We hover over that. It shows 322. That's fine. But then we hover over this, and it should not show 322. It still does. So what am I missing here? What am I missing there? Is it even showing, I wonder? Huh, let's put a breakpoint there and find out. Oh, breakpoints won't work. Oh, okay. You either get to look at the scene tree and make changes on the fly, or you get debugging, but you don't get both. All right. Yeah. Cut that out. So this is what I want to do. I want to set a breakpoint here and see, is this thing even showing? Dbox container.visible. It's not. And yet its size is still contributing. I wonder if we showed it. Does that somehow fix this? No. What? Oops, I don't want to show. Visible is true. Size is 322. It doesn't have any children, though. How does it have a size? It has no custom minimum size. I'm missing something obvious here. It's apparent for me. I know what the problem is. I can't figure out why the size is as large as it is. This thing has no children, and its size is set to 322. Why? That's the problem I'm trying to figure out. And I don't know why, because setting shrink should be all it takes. Oh, you know what? I think you can change the size of these things. Oh, so if I set this to a new vector 2 of 0, 0, I think it'll fix itself. Through an exception of object disposed. Is this because of the vector? Might be because of the vector. Oh, I don't like that at all. Drat. Okay, well, I'm nearly positive you can do this. Container.size equals new 0, 0. And this might fix it, but this is not how you should fix things. And maybe there's a get combined minimum size I should be using or something. So we load the game, we hover over this, we hover over this. Still didn't fix it. Huh, I wonder if we should be using combined minimum size or something like that. Or maybe something is setting the size of this and I'm just not understanding what's going on. Get combined minimum size. It's 0, 0. Can we not use that? Get combined minimum size? We probably could. Hey, Resco. Didn't even understand the problem. So I think I just fixed the problem, but if I didn't, I can show you. And if I did, then I'll need to like undo the fix so I can show you. Yeah, this fixed it. Okay, so here's what the problem was. This tooltip is huge, right? So like it's about 360 pixels tall. When we stop hovering over it, that tooltip still exists somewhere. It's just not showing, and it's still 360 pixels tall. When we would then hover over this, it had a height of 360. So it would really look like this, which means if this tried rendering lower on the screen, it would get bumped so that it would be back on the screen. So this is as low as the tooltip could go, basically, is like this square, which meant that this would be floating in the middle of nowhere, basically. Yeah, it would offset the new tooltip. So this fixes it, but I don't understand why the size of this thing was being reported incorrectly. But I guess if it fixes it, maybe we shouldn't worry about that. Yeah. We use get combined minimum size rather than size, since the size can over report, at least for tooltips. Yeah, I think that's that solution. Which means we probably don't need to apply this. But we use clamp to viewport in other places too. So now every single thing that uses this is going to need to be modified. So what happens if we start up a battle window? Can we still drag this to all the right spots on the screen? Yes. What happens if we expand this? Yes. And what happens if we do that. Yeah, there are a couple pixels at the bottom you can't actually drag this to. That's fine. That was always the case. All right, so there's that. Tooltip we already looked at. Start battle nudge probably shouldn't matter. The rest of this stuff probably shouldn't matter. And dialogues. Dialogue. Yeah, and if we shrink the screen, this gets pushed back on the screen. Yeah. Hey, Raisin Bread. Let's cry and take a nap if I couldn't find the solution. Well, we've encountered these sorts of things before, but crying and taking a nap is still a pretty good option sometimes. Yeah, welcome in. Okay, let's go check that in. Fix bug with tooltip sizing. Darkstorm found this. Hovering over a tooltip would set its size, but that size would never shrink, even if, what's that called? Custom content container was invisible. As a result, you may hover over a chest with a lot of items, and then hover over something with a small tooltip, and it would get clamped to the screen as though it were large. The fix was to use get combined minimum size, which seems to work for all the scenarios I tested. Yeah. Be committing every immediate bug fix. I tend to follow those. These commit guidelines. I think this actually doesn't mention what I wanted to write here. No, it doesn't. All right. Anyway, my general philosophy is one commit per thing. So like, let's say you add a feature and then fix a bug in an old feature and then refactor some code. Like that should be at least 3 commits. But some people will just check in every single thing they're working on at once. Hey, Dake. Okay, so we were still looking through this, and I still think there's a core problem here, which is that if you unlock something too early, you don't have enough money to fund this thing. There's still sort of a problem with this and the fishing pond. If you unlock either one too early, you won't have valuable enough items to fund the building. There are only really 2 high-level solutions, I think. Prevent you from getting that building early on, or do something to make the cost more amenable. You could lower the costs, but also lower the benefit. Or yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much it, right? Hey, Plan. Plan, thanks again for the testing you did yesterday. I found the problem and I fixed it and I wrote notes on it too. So if I go back to here, yeah, these are the notes I wrote. It was missing game executable. And you weren't the only person hitting this problem. It was happening on a Steam Deck too. Pretty much all Linux and Mac builds. And here's what the issue was. I have 3 packages for Skeleseller playtest. And I fit into this one, developer comp, because I'm a developer. This one was set up correctly. The other ones were not. And I didn't realize I was in some special package. I didn't understand what was happening there. So all I needed to do is click this playtest version and then just check these other 2 boxes. It was dead simple. I just didn't even know that that was a problem. And yeah, I wrote that the publishing thing, I don't know if that part was necessary. But it wasn't worth testing it out again. So whatever. At least I have instructions for the future. And I almost certainly will need these in the future at some point. How do you go about actually getting so much text for notes? I think my brain has too much ADHD for simple note taking. I mean, you could just take simpler notes then. The way I look at this is, what would you want to know in the future? So I know for certain that if I hit this bug in the future, I'm going to want to know how I fixed this in the past. And if I don't have notes on that, then it means I have to figure it out again. And that means that I'm duplicating the amount of time I spent in my life trying to figure out what caused this problem. So I'd rather just have everything in one spot. And the stuff I need to know in this spot is like what this problem was, because you can hit this problem for a reason I didn't have, which is that I might have misnamed one of these things. Like imagine it was the missing game executable. It had a typo in it. Like it was Skeleseller or something like that. It's like, okay, well, that is a bug. That's probably a lot easier to figure out. And Resco, if that works for you, you should keep doing that. Yeah. If a picture is all it takes, then that's your note. And that's probably even better than writing any extra text. But part of the reason I write this is for me, and part of it is because I end up sharing these notes with everybody. So if you go to notes.adamlearns.com, this note hasn't been uploaded yet, but if you search for Steam, you'll see the old stuff that was here. And yeah, I had a couple of troubleshooting sections here. So if anyone else hits this, they can Google this and they might find my notes. And some people find value in that. Hey, Galaxy Inferno. We don't do that. How do you name or organize your notes to ensure you'll find them in the future? Or do you rely on full text search? I apply the same thing. I heard about a tip when it comes to physical cleaning or physical, I guess, even locating. But like, let's say you're looking for, I don't know, scissors and can't find them. Wherever you looked first is where they should go. So this is the tip that I use for note taking as well. Let's say I search for like Steam problem and it doesn't, there's 0 results. Well, that's what I searched for in the first place. So that's where it should show up in the future. So a lot of times for my notes, you'll see KW and then a colon. It says 42 results, but it won't show any of them. That's weird. Maybe because a colon is special. How do you search for this? Anyway, all right, so yeah, here, for example, to slide a note, KW pitch bend. So like I might search for pitch bend, but that's not what this is called. And yeah, same thing here, KW percent sign, KW is just keyword for me. Like these are things I might have searched for, power on boot, for example. So like if I tried finding Steam problem or tried looking for it and it wasn't here, I'd be like KW Steam problem. And now in the future, when I search for the thing that I obviously searched for in the past, I will find it. Hey, Peter. Even just a list of 3-word bullet points, once you get in the habit, over time it simply becomes much text, yeah. All right, I'm still not totally sure what to do with this. Familiar with that? I've heard of that. And hey, Marco. Hey, Phil. Card files, small items of information stored, maybe linked to each other. Yeah, I've heard of people doing this. I haven't explicitly used this for note taking, I guess. Hey, Lifebeard. Saw the Notes app. Do you still use OneNote or something else now? No, I ditched OneNote a while ago. I got sick of it. So now I'm using Obsidian. There are the 2 videos you might want to watch on that. Started doing this keyword thing in my WhatsApp chats because I often know I sent it to my boyfriend, but then can't find it again. So now I drop keywords in there for future use. For things like that I think I might need in the future, I think I usually try to store them elsewhere. Because things that I at least talk to my wife about that I'm like, oh, I might need this in the future, I usually just change to a calendar reminder. The other thing I did that I think is very valuable, let's say you know that you want something, but you don't know what it's going to be useful for in the future. I have a stream of consciousness note that is just whatever random stuff I might have needed to write down. So if we scroll down to like here, for example, they're all pretty much tenor review, but yeah, there was a time when I was using this for something else. Yeah, like some random Obsidian thing. Like, did I ever need this again? No, but I might have. So I just popped it in this note. This note is 55 pages long. I'm not going to ever read it top to bottom, but I might search for something in there. Plus tags and crosslinks. I see. Yeah, I do use some crosslinks. I just don't use tags. Send him a screenshot that was like flight, vacation, airport. Yeah, for that I end up trying to put it in my calendar around the time of the flight. Unless you're still doing research, I guess, then you don't necessarily know what it's going to be. Also moved to Obsidian, does mostly what I want. Still misses a few things from OneNote. What are you missing? Because there are a lot of plugins. Those might help you. All right, so this is still a problem that we need to figure out, which is you might get the treasure room early and then not be able to do anything. Because right now, keys cost 50 gold. Oh, wait, there is kind of another thing we could do here. Do something to make the cost more amenable. Or do something to sort of bypass the cost. In the case of the treasure room, chests have timers. So getting the room early means you can lower the time early. Just not via keys. Actually, keys still don't have much of a value prop, I guess. Because they cost money to do or to get. Well, it's kind of like spending money on a battle perk. All right, well, this kind of works for the treasure room. It doesn't really work for the fishing pond. Unless the fishing pond just auto-filled itself. I should probably write this down. This is done. Consider whether the fishing pond should have a time-based feature like the treasure room. Maybe unlocking it early. We'll do something like you get one fish every minute. This is 50 sludge in 5 minutes, which isn't great. This is really bad, actually. I don't know. Motivated me to take notes. It worked. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I don't really like using plugins, but maybe if I can find something that works. The big one for me is inserting images, then putting labels over the image. I see. Yeah, I do insert images, but then I just put text around it. Something that I think helps, by the way, is if you put a pipe character after the image and then type a number, it'll shrink the image size to be that big. So like 500, it'll be larger, and 1,000, it'll be even larger. So that helps me every once in a while, because otherwise I have these gigantic images where if I didn't put that number in at all, it would look like this big, and I don't want that. But that's not the problem you were talking about. It's just something I do. Hey, Goose. Okay, so I guess there's the other problem here of every gold that you spend on a key is a gold that you're not spending, or is not a gold that you're not getting toward your objective. So this I don't think is much of a problem for the treasure room. I think this is fine. But the other problem is that keys cost items, not money. So it doesn't count toward your objective. The fact that they cost money, yeah, the fact that they cost money is fine because I want you to have to choose where you're focusing your money. But it also means that toward the end, you pretty much have to turn off the machines you have, which I don't like. Life bars also keep leaking. Fortunately, they're deleted by the instance windows. Wait, that second one, can you file a bug on that? Instance rewards leak if you change instances in the same window and then close it? Because we should be getting rid of any kind of leak. And a lot of the leaks are pretty easy to fix too. Okay, so this, again, if I just consider some like solutions for this one, we could say every item you spend counts toward your objective. That's option one. Option two, well, option, I guess, 1B is like X% of every item you spend counts toward your objective. And option two is basically option one, but only via a perk. And option three is what we have now. It just doesn't count. I don't even know if there are any other options. Test this more later and file an issue because I totally forgot you can just print orphan nodes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, please do keep track of that at least so that we don't lose out on that potentially. And yeah, about printing orphan nodes, it is literally just print orphan nodes. So it's at least easy to do. I tend to combine it with, if I do this and I type page up, I tend to combine it with this to just print orphan nodes. And that way when you press page up, it's going to print it from something. Okay, so let me visually display this problem because I might need to take a break pretty soon. Not might. I should take a break pretty soon. And I need to come up with something for this. So let's say you have the farm. You can put potions into here and you will get seeds on your farm. That's how this works. So I put this in here. You can see I just spent what it was essentially 3 gold and I did not get 3 gold out of it. So same thing, this potion's gonna come over here and there goes 3 potential gold. But my goal is at 0. So I think that's a problem because basically toward the end of the game, once you're getting valuable items, it's like you might put this in here. This costs 16. I put this in. Again, I'm still at 0 because I did not make gold off of that thing. And yeah, once you get the treasure room, it's the same problem there too. It's like, oh, you're putting weapons into the grinder to get keys. You didn't earn money by doing that. And I don't think you should earn money by doing that. But I don't want you to have to make such a steep trade-off, and I don't think it's intuitive. I don't think it's intuitive to the player to have to turn off the extractor and grinder. And I also don't think it's fun. You want to keep getting crops and keys toward the end. It probably shouldn't give you 100% of the value of the item, though. Okay, let me take a break right now because there's already an ad break running. So I'll think about this a bit when we get back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Welcome back. Hey, Kabuki Joe. I don't know if you joined. You got to type join, and then jumping should work for you. Oh, you did. Okay. Yeah, so then that must be you right there. Because I only saw your first time chat was just J40. Oh, and then a join. Okay, I see. Yeah, I see. Okay, got it. All right, close the game. All right, so is there anything else we can do about this, and how do we reframe this? So let's say we did wanted to grant like 50% of the money you would have gotten. How do we frame this for the player? Yeah, no worries then. Sorry, I had only looked at the first time chat and just saw the jump message. I guess just that we count gold for this. I don't want it to give you money. I mean, that could potentially work too, that it just gives you money. That'd be really bad, I think. Wait, would it be? What if it wasn't really bad? What if we literally just granted the money to the player? Okay, this is quite the interesting question here. I hadn't thought of this until just now. So like suppose you have an item worth 10 gold, or a potion, I guess, not an item. A potion worth 10 gold that you put into the extractor. It would give you 5 gold and also do whatever the extraction should have done. So like plant crops, give fish. This is like a better garbage slime at that point, but only for potions and weapons. And only when your fishing pond and farm aren't full. Only when the extractors have space to emit something or can accept the item. So, I mean, we could just make the garbage slime better. You could just make this grant like 1 gold. If we went this route. Then it's never better than the garbage slime. But then also you're not really getting a lot of money. What's the most valuable item we drop in this mode anyway? All instance. I think it's a fire sword. Well, I guess technically it's the boss items. But if we ignore the boss items, how much is a fire sword worth? Fire sword 24. Still looking for playtesters? Yeah, definitely. And hey, Puppet. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't think granting you money is the right way to go about this, but that actually is kind of a cool perk idea. So let's write that down as a perk idea at least. Specific ideas. Do I have this written anywhere? No. So currency extraction, like recuperation. You get X% of the item value back as gold when you extract / grind an item. I'm still torn on the rest of this stuff. We don't have to solve this problem right now, and we could just make it clear to the player that they're not getting money for this stuff, although they will probably eventually realize that. But I just think it leads to a level of micromanagement that's not really fun. That perk idea is a good idea. You need to balance it with the garbage slime. I should probably write that down too, huh? Need to make sure this is balanced with the garbage line. Also, it could be just that you get 1G per item at first, and it's not a percentage. Do you ever explain why they plant the seeds automatically when you place a big potion with just one farm plot left? No, we don't. That's something most players figure out, but that it doesn't matter if they recognize or not. I think having this be a perk is a good idea. So back to the original problem of like losing value from items. I think we probably should grant some of it toward your goal. We could even just write directly in the tooltip. Let me start this up. We could write in the tooltip something like items you extract or grind are only worth 50% toward the objective. Like we just put that in here. Let me take a picture and put it into this. Yeah, let me turn off the music too. Could say this in the objective tooltip. Items you grind / extract only count 25% toward the goal. Or not even only count. We could just say count 25% toward the goal. Yeah, that could maybe work. We could also retheme this so it's like as soon as you get an item, you're getting the value. I don't like that idea at all. Or we could do, there are a lot of things we could do. We could go the Mario Party route and tally up your score at the end based on a bunch of inputs. I don't know why I wrote Mario Party. A ton of games do this. So we could say like gold earned through selling 4,500. 1x multiplier 4,500. Number of items extracted / or like value of items extracted / ground would be, I don't know, 330. And then we say it goes through a, 0.25x multiplier. And let me just pick a number that easily divides here without me having to do math. 100 gold. Something like that. And that way it is still counting and you'd find out at the end, oh, that's how that worked. I like that if we went that idea. I'll just say arcade game route because that's kind of how that works. So it's basically like a score at the end. But what else would potentially give you... What else would potentially give you points? Maybe completing something like getting all of the buildings or getting all the adventurers. We could even have other bonuses. Getting all adventurers, getting all buildings, getting an adventurer to level 10, etc. I don't think I like this idea. This is basically what Smash Bros did. Melee bonus screen. I guess even N64 did this, maybe? They had points, but the points meant nothing. So, like, depending on how you beat an enemy, maybe you took no damage, maybe you did it really quickly, maybe whatever. There's a million different things that were here. And by the end of it, yeah, you get a bunch of points. But as I mentioned, the points meant nothing. I don't think there was any purpose to this. And even if there was, it didn't matter for the match. It was basically all you cared about is did you win or lose in the game. So we could do that here. I don't think I like this. This obfuscates the win condition a bit. Although I guess we could show this during the run. Still, if there's a multiplier or something unclear, you may not know exactly how you should win. Almost done with the deployment, man. Well, that's pretty good. All right. So yeah, I like the idea of some of this counting and then there being a perk and that would definitely count. And that way dumping in your early on keys will still help you. me take a look at this. Potion towards TM completion, yeah. This is written way down at the end, though. Idea that I came up with that I like the best is that we track the total cost of the items that you processed. Then we give a like 25% bonus. And we show that right in the challenge mode details tooltip. Then there can be a perk to actually give you some of the money back. Increasing the bonus. Yeah, there could also be a perk. Yeah. Also be a perk that will increase increase the percentage you get toward the objective. If we added that, we should probably make it only affect future items processed. Oh man, okay. So let me go back to the original thing, because this is what I wanted to finish today, is the treasure room changes. I don't think any of these are that hard to do, but I need to make sure the system makes sense before we even do it. So let's poke at this just a tiny bit more. So we're basically saying like succinct changes here. Chests cost less. Chests take maybe 6 minutes to open. Rare keys are rarer. Rare keys subtract 3 minutes. Chests start with loot. Yeah, something like that. So let me think about this. Why would you want to get keys? Why would you ever bother? I guess because 6 minutes is too long. Keys lower that time, and rare keys will add items. Why bother with keys at all? 2 reasons. They lower the time to open a chest, and they can increase the number of items in the chest. I think we need some sort of like early perk choosing or early building bonus. Oh, that might change how you get some of these buildings anyway. Maybe whatever you pick first gets that bonus. So if you pick the treasure room first, then it comes with 2 treasure chests or something. If you pick the fishing pond first, it comes with 8 fish. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we add an early building bonus for your first building, where it comes with a perk or more of a thing, e.g. fishing pond, early building or early build bonus, max fish, start with 8/8 fish. Even that's probably kind of crazy. Basically worth 80 sludge. Hey Zafita. So looking for playtesters? Yep. I will say this for anyone who is asking about playtesting. So the thing we need help with is testing challenge mode. You need to have played the base game to understand challenge mode, and you can play the base game now through Steam. So if you haven't tried it yet, just playing the demo is enough for you to understand like what's going on in challenge mode. And then the final little aspect here is if you have access to the playtest already, probably hold off for like 4 hours. I want to push a new build today. And that new build is going to hopefully revamp the treasure room to make it better. Whereas right now you just have to know that it's not really worth it, so just don't get it. And that's kind of silly. I like this idea a lot. You're looking more for bug reports or feedback? More for feedback right now. Bugs are also good to share, but in general, the biggest thing that we're trying to figure out is this. Like, is this mode fun? Do you feel like you want to keep playing it? So, yeah, if you play once and you're like, yeah, that was fun, but now I'm done. It's like, well, then this didn't really accomplish its goal. So how could we make it accomplish the goal for you? Like, do you want more variety? Do you want more difficulty? Do you want longer play sessions, shorter play sessions? Is it that it's too buggy? Is the balance broken? So like those are the kinds of things I'm curious about. All right, so yeah, here's the thing I'm wondering about. We click build. You were offered a couple of things, and then should we also have like an early build bonus? So the thing that you build maybe first or maybe also second, maybe those get some benefits. I like that idea. Yeah, I like that idea. And I think it's fun, and I think it fits in that sort of casual theme. I like this. Each building can have its own benefits. It's like a second specialization. But it only affects what you build first. And there's no guarantee that we can even apply a perk to the building. You may have unlocked them all already. Replay value prestige classes. What are you asking about, Safita? What's the full question here? Because I know about the concept of prestiging, but I'm not sure what this means just as a sort of standalone question. Okay, so I think I've answered all the stuff now that I need to answer for the design. So I think we just need to convert it into to-do items. I'm a little torn on this, and I don't know if we've added too much difficulty, and maybe I need to look over this one more time. I will do that, I guess, once it's in the to-do list. I think he meant his rewards. I'm still not sure what the question means, though. What is a prestige class? Okay, so treasure room changes. Make treasure room changes. And then does this affect, did I answer all of this? How does it work outside of challenge mode? I don't know. I definitely don't know. I think outside of challenge mode, we shouldn't start with loot in the treasure chest. Probably need to change a lot of this stuff. Yeah. Could a prestige system possibly be added in the game to increase the replay value they're looking for? Challenge mode is the replay value increaser that we're talking about. Like, I'm not sure if there's a disconnect here, so let me kind of start from the beginning. Originally, challenge mode wasn't even planned, so there was no real replay value. You would start a new game, and whatever you did the first time around, you're probably going to do the second time around. Because this is sort of like a linear progression through the map with all the different things that you can access. So, for example, there's no way you can hire more than 2 adventurers at the beginning. So you can't make a special choice here. You're going to get these 2 adventurers. Like, there's no way around that. So then, since there was no replayability there, we added challenge mode. Challenge mode is like a roguelike version of Skeleseller. And roguelike games generally have replayability baked in through their randomness. haven't played the game yet or even seen what it's like. Yeah. I think suggesting things in that case is probably better held off until you try the demo, which, by the way, you can do right now if you want to. I'm not saying you have to, but you can. Anyone can. And then the playtest version is only for people who've been given a key, which I haven't looked at any DMs since I started the stream. But since this number says 4, I probably have some DMs. Okay, so what should we start the treasure chest cost at? You're not going to get any benefit from these for 6 minutes if you open them. And if you get keys, you're going to lower it by a tiny bit, but it's going to cost you another 50 gold. I think as a first building, the treasure room needs to have some massive benefit. It's very tough to use at first, even if chests only cost 25G. It would still take 6 minutes before you get any items. So maybe you would start with innate keys. The time is lower by a bit. All right, well, these are all just starting points. So I guess let's at least get the starting points. So make chest cost 25G. Let's start with that. It's cheap. Make chest open after 6 minutes. What else do we have? Make chest start with loot. 12 items. So basically, what did I say? 2 times 2 times 3. So +1, +1, +2. So 4. 4 keys. There's like 4 special keys were used. If I install the game from that link, will the playtest version be a small update or will it re-download the whole game? The playtest version will re-download the whole game because it's a separate game on Steam. But at that point, you could delete the demo. They're both pretty small as far as Steam games go, but I mean, it is still taking up space on your disk. So, yeah. I'd probably delete the demo version after I get the playtest version. What else do we do here? Rare keys are much rarer. Even rarer. I still need to answer what are the... Yeah, before starting. What will all of this look like in regular mode? Add the rare key perk back in. Add the rare key perk back in. But change the percentages. Hey, Buckethead. Why does it tell me Kitboga's live when you're alive and not Kitboga? Why are you on Kitboga's page? I think Kit maybe suggests my stream to watch when he's not online. That sort of thing. Let me take a look because I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah, there's a thing at the bottom. Kitboga suggests these streamers. So I'm assuming that's what you're seeing. And maybe you're seeing it show up in the top here. I'm not sure. It said Kitboga was live. I mean, maybe he was live just a little while ago. What's his last video that he made? No, it says 5 days ago. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's saying that he's live. Is he? No, yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. Do you have a screenshot of where it's saying? Because Twitch used to have hosting, which I probably just confused a bunch of people, and maybe that's why they got rid of it. But it used to be that when you weren't live, you could actually point your channel at someone else's. And like I said, I think it confused a bunch of people. No, I opened the app. It was on my phone and it was closed. It was not a notification. Maybe it was just stale data then from when the app was open before. Although I guess that would have had to been from 5 days ago. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. Or maybe he did go live for like 10 seconds and then didn't mean to and turned off the stream. Could be anything. So iron keys exist again. This kind of makes me think, what's the point of you getting these keys? I think keys probably just need to cost less. But I don't want this to be better than what the farm is doing. So the farm is like, I think it's 2 gold per seed. And each seed starts with 2 food value. And battle perks cost, I don't remember. They cost 5 plus num perk spots. So 5 and then 10 and then 15 and then 20 and then 25 and so on. Whereas the treasure room, oh man, would be 25 gold per chest and then, I don't know, X gold per key. No clue what it should be yet. Maybe also 25. And maybe you spend like 3 keys per chest on average. And you get 12 items out. And when used on one character over and over, it would give you 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. But that's only for the first set of these. Then it would give you 5 plus 5 afterward. And then after that, 3 5s, I guess. Anyway, so you get 10, you get 100 health and 10 power, which is probably better than just leveling you up. And it's for specific adventurers, potentially. There's so much to think about here. I also need to make sure this is giving you loot for all of the characters, not just ones that you have. Make sure loot can be generated for any adventurer, not just ones you have. Hey, Flair. Yeah. Why don't they throw a health potion? Don't know. It wouldn't be a game at that point. I'm buying Battlefield 6. Already done. We're on Battlefield 7 now. If you're curious what we're doing in this stream, I'm working on a game called Skeleseller. And there is a Steam page here if you want to find out more. You could also play the demo if you want to. But yeah, or you could just check out the trailer here. It's a really laid back town management game. And we're working on a roguelike mode for it called Challenge Mode. And more specifically, what I'm trying to figure out is we have this concept of a treasure room in the game. So if I just start a new game over here and go over to this, this is the treasure room. And the way that this works is you spend money on a treasure chest and it starts with a timer above it. So it's got about 10 minutes left. But then you can unlock the weapon grinder. And if you put if you grind weapons in here, so like if I put in enough canes, basically, we'll get keys out of this. So I'll speed this up a bit. My workers will bring a bunch of canes over here. I don't even know if that's enough. Yeah, cool. So we got a key out of this. So now if I put the key into the treasure chest, the time will lower by a minute. And also the loot will change inside of it. So here we're getting 2 fire rods. But as soon as this worker brings the key up there, it's going to change to be 2 fire rods and 2 paladin shields. So when we can finally open this chest, which I don't have enough keys for it, but if I just kind of cheat in some keys here and do this. There we go. Okay, so I'll use one more. When I open up this chest now, I'm going to get 4 items out of it. And these can let me power up my adventurers. If I buy another chest and put a skeleton key in, we get 5 of each of these items. So like this is a way of getting loot in the game. And the loot is used to power up your adventurers. So they're bringing these over here. I'll turn on the sound effects for this. Neat. Paladin and mage just went up in level basically. Yeah. So we're trying to figure out how this is supposed to work. Is it native or is this running through Proton? It should be native. Wait for 7 whole minutes for our front door to open. But then you open up your place and there's a bunch of loot inside, right? Because as long as that happens, I think it's not a bad deal. I don't get the unresolved business joke. The unresolved business is that you are now a businessman and you weren't allowed to die. I had a computer with cheat programs that would search through the game. Yeah, I think that's I think that's fun to do. I think cheating at single player games is definitely different from cheating at multiplayer games. And I think the ethics of cheating in a multiplayer game are also very different from cheating in a single player game. And then rare keys apply more. Rare keys lower the time by even more. 3M instead of 1M. Put iron keys back in. What else? And then innate keys applies rare keys. Maybe it should only apply iron keys. Even then, it's still kind of nuts. Ignore the keys and wait 3 minutes. I think waiting 3 minutes is not a viable strategy. Yeah, innate keys should be changed to apply keys based on your key rarity perk. And I guess the other thing we can do is make it cost more supplies for you to get any value out of this. If minimally you're only ever getting 2 items at a time, then we can just start things with taking 2 items at a time. And add in a treasure specialization. It starts with the treasure room. So I guess the ethics didn't really matter to you too much, Buckethead, about cheating in games if you were exploiting warranties. But yeah. Yeah, so have you done any like programming stuff since then? Because yeah, modding games is very popular now. Anyone else hates how much AI is in every IDE everywhere? What do you hate about it, Drots? Because you can always choose not to use a feature in an IDE or choose a different IDE. So I'm guessing you don't like it from a wider perspective of how software development is changing, maybe? What are you saying no to? Buckethead? I think I asked if you'd modded games, right? Exactly. Yeah, I don't hate that. I think it's just development is changing. There's no going back. So now how do you live in this world with it changing? Interesting, but I wasn't that. I mean, model PSP was easy. Yeah, you should give it a shot again. You'd probably enjoy it. I mean, you already had fun doing this a while ago. The whole shtick of I use AI to make software, it's great, man. I don't get it. I think you probably do get it. I think you just disapprove still. But the way I always kind of frame this is I can't draw. I'm just not good at artwork. In order for me to do something like this, I'd have to spend a year or two to learn how to draw so that I could then make things. And even if, let's say I was an expert artist, it would still take a ton of time to draw something. But I can obviously very easily just say to an AI, like, draw me a cat riding a bicycle or something like that. And it's going to do it. It's going to take like 5 seconds. It might not look great. But like this represents something I couldn't do that maybe now I can do like passively by using AI. So think about it from a software perspective now. Like a lot of people would just replace drawing with programming. I can't program. And even if I were an expert programmer, it would take me like 2 years to make something. So like instead of draw me a cat riding a bicycle, it's like make me a simple web page that calculates, I don't know, the weather, shows the weather or something like that. And yeah, within whatever, a minute, 5 minutes or something like that, like they might have something that they otherwise couldn't have done. So like that appeal, I think, is very powerful. And that's for someone who doesn't know how to do this stuff. Someone who does know how to do it is probably going to use it to come up with ideas or to improve their process. Yeah, thanks, Avita. You call me King Scholar. Hey, Caleb. I'm doing well. Love to get into software development, but I'm 42 now and have no college education. I don't think that's a problem. In fact, I've worked alongside software developers professionally who had no college education or had it in a totally different field, like English or, I don't know, electrical engineering or something. I would say it's okay for prototyping. I mean, I think it's good at a lot of things. I think sort of AI naysayers are they potentially have different reasons for why they might not want to do something, or might not want to use AI, or might not want other people to use AI. But it hasn't like fully replaced a bunch of people yet, or everybody, I should say. It hasn't replaced everybody yet. Takes me to generate a whole website that functions exactly how I want with some small edits to the code, like 30 minutes. That would take a couple weeks. I don't like that. Are you saying you don't like it from a job security perspective? Because I can understand that. But this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, we're now in the reality where AI exists. So there is no going back to a reality where it doesn't exist. And you can't just say to people, don't use it. So like, at some point, you need to come to terms with the reality that we're in. It's like when cars came about. Obviously, we now have hindsight. We know that cars never went away. Cars have only become more and more popular ever since they came out in the early 1900s. So it's like, there were probably people who hated cars, and yet expressing that hatred, not using cars, it didn't change that cars are in the world now. So like, you've got to grapple with that somehow. Well, are saving the demo transfer to a playtest? The playtest is mostly for challenge mode, and there is no challenge mode in the demo, so it's kind of irrelevant. If you were playing regular mode in both, then yeah, it should transfer, but there shouldn't be a reason for you to do that. Yeah. Hey, Simon. Learn to code on an iPad without any problems. Yeah, and there are more resources than ever, too. And an iPad could probably remote into a computer if you wanted to use it. You probably need a keyboard. All right, have I finished getting all this stuff in here? Rare keys can give a different multiplier. Yeah, and I'll just say, like, keep in mind the balance knobs in the future. Practically everything is already numerical. So we can change how much keys give you, how many items you need to level up, how much the level up gives, etc. You just had to point it to do all your work instead of you, and it's still frowned upon to do that? I still think you're talking about this from a job security perspective, Drots. And it sounds like there's some frustration there. I just like I said, I think we're in this world now where AI exists. So let's say it was stealing jobs from everybody. It's like, well, we live in that world now. So what do you do about it, I guess? And if we're in that world where it's taking them from everybody, like, probably there's not too much you can do, but we're not there yet, at least. Okay, so I still got to answer the regular mode thing. Anything else? I think we've answered almost all the other stuff. Giving money to the player. So that's the next thing we're gonna have to do, is like make extracted / ground items still offer some money toward the objective. Maybe show this separately in the tooltip and on the end screen. Yeah. Hey Jackie, I use Godot. I think I've summed all of this stuff up. So yeah, why bother with keys at all? Lowering the time to open a chest. I still need to think about this. If you're spending, let's say, 25 gold on a key and it's getting you a chest to open a little bit sooner. I guess, yeah, make keys cost like 25 gold in challenge mode. Okay. I think this is good. I like the early perk thing too. All right, so these are pretty big changes. Then this would be a pretty important change. And then we have this one. So I think if we can get these things done, that would be great. Yeah. Really liking the demo? What do I do after I get 20,000 gold? In the demo, there's not much you can do with gold toward the end. That's what the treasure system is supposed to address in the final game, which is like treasure chests will always cost you money, and then keys will always, they'll take more of your weapons. And then you'll get some treasure perks as well. These cost very little right now, but this isn't in the demo at all. Start battle button kind of looks like it's grayed out. Yeah. I've got to do something about that. Okay, so we got to answer this question. And then I think we can get started. So what will all this look like in regular mode? So the whole point of the treasure room in regular mode is to act as a money sink for your adventurer's progression. Or like power progression at least. Which means they need to be more expensive. Like, that's by definition they have to be. They're supposed to be a money sink. But what else? Probably keys are more expensive, chests are more expensive, they take longer to open, they maybe start with less loot, the rarities are different. Yeah, pretty much just some numbers are different. Well, would this solution work? Maybe they don't even start with loot. If they don't start with loot, you're like really ramping up to this thing. But I think it's just a balance problem. Yeah, so we probably have to tweak numbers on everything. Maybe we don't even want the chest to start as though keys were applied. But in general, the system should still be fine. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's get to work. So we're gonna go change how much a chest costs. Buy cost is set to 150. And we want this to switch based on challenge mode or not. Buy cost. Buy cost. We could make this a property that returns based on whether or not we're in challenge mode. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. So this would be buy cost in challenge mode. We're gonna set it to 25. And then buy cost in regular mode. Have I been using normal mode or regular mode? Do I even talk about it in that way? I've been calling it regular mode. Okay, sure, whatever. And then we need a buy cost thing. So what is that? An int. All right, so private int buy cost. Town.gameplay.is challenge mode. Regular mode cost there. Otherwise, challenge mode cost. Cool. Okay. I think that should be working just fine now. What's your viewport size in Godot for this game? I think it's just 1080p. Yeah, maybe we should go try this. All right, how are we gonna do this? So we're in farming mode right now. Yeah, I think that's what we have by default. So let's just delete this. And let's give ourselves a treasure room by default. And then just start the game. Wasn't it reversed? Yes. Yeah, I'll fix that. I guess we're testing the wrong thing now, but if I click this, yeah, it says 150. Yeah, thank you. No, you were right. I just hadn't go to that correctly. So I guess if we go into regular mode, we should see it be 25. Yeah, okay. So this fixes it. So there's that. That one's done. Now make keys cost less. So there's the weapon grinder, and we have the base item value per key. So this should be, well, this is a constant right now, but it's only used in what, 2 spots? 4 spots? 4 spots. We could make this not a constant. Just do this and capitalize the B correctly. And then we set this. So private const long base item value per key in regular mode is 50. And in challenge mode is, 25. And then delete this. And in init, we set this thing. There. Okay. So that's on 2. Make chest open after 6 minutes. Treasure chest. Time to open in challenge mode 6. There we go. Dinner Prestle. What are you having for dinner? Make chest start with loot. Okay, starting with loot. How are we going to do that? Apply innate keys. So go through and call apply key to chest. So we don't exactly want to do this. There's time adjustments at least. Chicken pasta, nice. Yeah, I got a burrito bowl thing from Costco I'll have for lunch today. In fact, what time is it? 11:30. Okay, yeah, we can probably spend another somewhere up to an hour on this, but I want to get this done in the afternoon. I don't plan on getting this done now. I mean, we could like zip through this list pretty quickly, but we're gonna need to test this too. All right, start with loot. So how do we want to do that? I said we basically just act like we put in 4 keys. Is that what I wrote down? Yeah, act like we put in 4 special keys. Which is this, but without the time adjustment thing. And reduced time remaining is that. We also have apply skeleton key though. And then we free the item. I kind of want to change this. It doesn't sell, it just starts the dialogue. Interesting, that shouldn't happen. I don't have a touch screen to test that out with. But if I do this and grant some items, you should be able to click and then click the slime. You're saying on a touch screen that doesn't work. All right, I'll write that down. I don't know how I'll even test that. I guess I could on the Steam Deck, maybe? Test this on the Steam Deck. It's the only device I have that Skeleseller will work on. Only device with a touch screen. Yeah, strange. All right, well, thank you for reporting it. All right, so this is apply item to chest, I guess. We want to, like, fake apply item. There are a couple ways we can do that. And yeah, I think I'll write this. Private void apply like key effect to chest. Item ID, item ID. So this is going to be this stuff down here. We replace all of these things. And then up here we just do apply key effect to chest with the item ID and delete all of that. So I'll write here a thin wrapper around C apply key effect to chest. That uses an actual item. Come on, write the thing. And then freeze it. Yeah. Tell me your favorite macaroni shapes. Oh, who cares? Thanks for the resub. It's been 9 months already. Holy cats, yeah. Howdy to you. And thanks for the resub. Yeah, macaroni shapes. So I'm a fan of the classics. Rigatoni. Pretty good. Penny's pretty good. And I think those are the top 2. And spaghetti. Top 3. Okay, so this is apply key effect to chest. This just applies an effect from a key without needing a proper item instance. Click an item first with mouse and then tap on the slime with touchscreen. That works. Yeah, I haven't looked at any touchscreen stuff. I'm not even sure why it works differently. I wonder if it's because it's being interpreted as a drag action. Oh, that shouldn't do it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, so in challenge mode, do we have challenge mode stuff here? We have apply innate keys. I guess that's kind of what we're doing. Yeah, if town.challenge mode. Start the chest with loot so that you don't need to rely on keys as much. How's it going? What's new? Last time I was in here, you just implemented the fishing feature. I've been working on challenge mode for a while now. And I can show you in just a sec. Let me code this. So int num key effects to apply equals 4. Then I equals 0 as less than that. Yep. So now what we want, the key effects that you can have are going to be item ID, keys, or like potential keys, is going to be that one. Everything except for the skeleton key. Yeah. And now we just call into that. There should be a sample here, right? Sample 1, 0. Oh, no, not that. No. Key effect. Oh, I guess we could have just created it. In fact, that's what we're doing here. That's not smart. Let's just do that. Oh, the innate keys already exist here. Oh, that might change. I'll write that down at the end for cleanup stuff. If we define the... If we define this still and innate keys looks the same, we can replace this with these. Yeah. Fishing feature was too popular. Imagine if it's connected to some like central database that just keeps track of how many fish, and when the player base as a whole overfishes, you just can't play the game anymore. And that's it. There's no other multiplayer functionality. It's just meant to remove gameplay. Okay, so yeah, let me show off challenge mode. I think I've done this now. Let's find out. I'm going to test this really fast. So when I buy a treasure chest, it should start with some items in it. Oh, that technically did work. But let me try that again. Hang on, let me think about this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that worked. Okay, what about this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, perfect. 2, 4. Yeah, good. Okay, cool. So now let's open all of these. Let me try that again. Ah, good. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 4, yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, so challenge mode. Challenge mode is the mode that we're adding for replayability in the game. And there's a lot of text at the beginning because it's just for playtesters for now. Excuse me, I had a cough. So you start by choosing a specialization. So like, let's say you go with this one. You'll start with 4 extra workers and then pick a difficulty. I'm not going to explain that. So we started on industry mode. So there are extra workers. They're just walking around and they move a little bit faster. The big difference with challenge mode is that instead of directly picking pretty much any of the things you used to pick, you now indirectly pick them. So when you want to build a building, you click build and you don't know what you'll be offered and then you might not get the thing you wanted. So like we see the farm in the enchanter's den. If we wanted the treasure room, like too bad we didn't get that. So we picked the farm this time. And now you're like, oh, I'll upgrade my farm, right? Not exactly. You'll click buy perk and maybe you get a farm upgrade. So here we actually did get one. But the other two are not farm upgrades and we don't even have a use for them yet. We don't have the garbage time. We don't have the enchanter's den. So yeah, maybe you end up picking this. And that actually is a pretty good perk. Like now if these things grow, we can harvest them all at once. And then the same thing with battle perks. You only, like right now I only have the mushroom character. Well, we didn't get offered an upgrade for them. So we look through these and we have to compare like what are the stats we actually like. This one actually came with a skill in green. So like if we're just looking at stats, this one's offering more power but less haste. This is less power but more haste. So it's typical roguelike stuff, right? You're making your decisions based on what's offered to you. So let's say we did pick the witch doctor. We're like, okay, this one's better. Well, now when we go to hire an adventurer, maybe we want to prioritize the witch doctor even though we might not have needed them because we already got a perk for them. Now we didn't even get offered them, but yeah, this is pretty much what challenge mode is all about. You have a goal of getting to a certain amount of money in a certain amount of time. So if we just start a new game here, we have 45 minutes to get 7,500 gold. So that is how this mode works. So you can win it, you can lose it, unlike in the real mode where there is no losing. And I guess winning is just beating the game. So yeah. It is quite the fusion of game genres, I agree. I've not seen idle-ish games do this sort of thing before. And I'm curious if people will like it. The other thing I'm a little bit worried about is a lot of people seek out games because they're roguelike games. So you could now argue that Skeleseller is a roguelike game, but it doesn't start that way. And I do plan on the main mode taking you like 5 hours to beat. So I was thinking is having a setting somewhere saying like skip the main mode. And it's just a button that you can press. And when you click this, it says like, are you sure this is what's supposed to teach you how everything works? And you can say yes or no. And if you say yes here, then you'll just unlock challenge mode. You don't need to do anything special. You can't lose in the base game yet. Codex. So yeah, anyway, who cares? That answers the what have I been working on. It's pretty much all been challenge mode stuff. All right, so make rare keys even rarer. I don't know what I want the rarity to be for this. We have the time set to 6 minutes. Rare keys will lower the time by 3 minutes, which necessarily means you can't add more than 2 keys. So each one, I guess we start with 12 items inside. But depending on how your multipliers add up, what's the most you can possibly get? We have 2 times 2 times 3 right now, which is equal to 12. But I guess you can get 3 times 3 times 3, which is equal to 27. So you get plus 15 items that way. But what's the minimum amount you could add on? I guess 1 times 1 times 4 would be 4, and then 1 times 1 times 6 would be 6. That'd be kind of stupid if you did that, though. But you can't fully control it because of how keys work. But that's something we're going to have to change in a different way. What's a more realistic scenario, though, I guess? Like, you could up this to 2 times 2 times 4. And then this would be at 16. So you go from 4 to 16. Would you ever want to do that? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. What else? I guess it lowers the time for the chest by quite a lot as well. So I guess that's one of the bigger things. Yeah, okay. I think I'm happy with this. So, yeah, the question is, how rare do we make these? How rare? I think it starts at 20% by default. Oh, I also have to probably change skeleton keys. Change skeleton keys. So it's 20% by default, and it goes up by 20% increments, so you can eventually get it to be 100%. What if you did that? Is it a problem that you end up at 100%? Probably. Yeah, probably. But maybe we shouldn't worry about that for now. Maybe we should just, yeah, sure, people can get up to 100% and then they're just super powerful. And then I can tone it down rather than have to buff it later. Although I do kind of see that being too strong. Yeah, I do see that being too strong. So we're going to not do anything about this for the main game just yet. I guess I'll write this down. After challenge mode, we need to fix the treasure room for the main game. All right, let's look at the rare key thing. Rare key. Oh, it's called rarity. Wait, it's not? What is it called? Oh, no, it is. It is. Yeah, so 20% all the way up to 100%. Oh, man. All right, keys cost 25. What does innate keys do? Innate keys applies special keys only. We have to change that. Yeah, we have to change that. Where's that written? Change skeleton keys. Innate keys should be changed to apply keys based on your key rarity perk. No. Should be changed to apply only iron keys. At least in challenge mode. Make sure loot can be generated. Make sure... No, I think it's fine. I mean, if you put 5 upgrades into this thing, it better get to be a decent... You know what? Let's just leave it at this. Sure. I'll just nerf this later if it's too powerful. It's a little easier to think about that way, I think. I'm not going to do this for now because I can just nerf it later if it's too powerful. Okay. Add rare key perk back in, but change the percentages. All right, let's see. Town generator. We got to go find the treasure room stuff. So we add in rarity. Now, this existed somewhere. Right there. We granted you the max level of this by default. Not anymore. Not anymore. Make rare keys lower the time by even more. Okay. Sorry, I've had the music playing. I have my speakers turned down pretty low. Rare keys need to lower it even more. So there's what? Delta time. Get time adjustment for key. If it's a skeleton key, it's everything. Otherwise, it's time reduction for each key. So each key needs a different time reduction at this point. Is this used anywhere else? It is. Okay, I can't say I like that. Hmm. All right, whatever. We'll just code this way. Return item ID switch. There. Okay, so this is gonna be times 3. Times 3. Times 3. This is time remaining. And then that. Actually, we should do it the other way, right? We should do it that the iron key is just time reduction. That these don't exist, and this is times 3. And then delete this. Okay, and then we should probably rename this to be time reduction per rare key is time reduction per key times 3. And then replace this down here with this. Okay. Good. I think we're done with that. Put iron keys back in. How did I remove them in the first place? Oh, I see. Because yeah, I think we're already done with that. Change skeleton keys. Again. All right, let's see. How does a skeleton key work? So in challenge mode, we would add 1 effect per minute. That is probably too powerful now. Yeah, because you could have 6 minutes, so that'd be 6 effects. 6 effects stacked on top of 12 items already, or it was 2 times 2 times 3. So if you're adding in 6, it'd be 4 times 4 times 5, which is 80 items. That's a little too much. Yeah, I think what we need to do is only add in 2 based on this. And this will be time reduction per rare key. So let me think about this. If you have 6 minutes remaining, your time remaining is going to be 6 minutes. Time reduction per key is going to be 3 minutes. So 6 divided by 2, or sorry, 6 divided by 3 is 2. So you'll add 2 effects. If you have 5 minutes remaining, this is going to, yeah, good. They're doubles. So this will be a fraction, which will also still be 2. So it's only if you have less than 3 minutes that a skeleton key is basically just going to randomly apply a key. So maybe, well, maybe that's what we want. Had not thought about this. I don't know if I want you doubling items again to go from 36 to 72. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, I think we leave it at that. All right, innate keys should be changed to apply only iron keys, at least in challenge mode. Yeah, this is bad for regular mode. Maybe this shouldn't even exist in regular mode. Because what does this say? Purchase chests start as though they have some of these special keys applied to them. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. In regular mode, the whole point is that you, well, yeah, I cannot see a way to make this work for both of these modes. Special keys won't subtract as much time, probably. So this should work differently. All right, I guess let's just tack this on for the end. Yeah, like changes we need to make for regular mode. Treasure, balance the treasure room. So let's delete this from here. Innate keys probably needs to be changed to work with special keys again. I guess let's just go get the current thing. Innate keys. Right there. See this code. What else? I don't know. Change a bunch of numbers until everything makes sense. Perk cost, key cost, treasure chest cost, number of starting items in chests, etc. All right, so then what are we doing? We're making this apply iron keys. Yuck. The only thing I'm yucking at here is that I wrote all this code and it's working just fine. And I don't really want to delete it. But for challenge mode, I just don't think this has a purpose. Where do we see the perk for that? We just need to get lucky. This is gonna take a long time then, huh? Alright, let's turn off the sound before that drives me nuts. Normally would not pick perks this quickly. And I'm just trying to find innate keys without having to recompile the game, which I should do. There it is. Nice. Okay, so that's our perk right now that we have. Why didn't they didn't get another skill point? Read the tooltip for skill points, and you'll find out why. Let's see. So purchase chests start as though they have some of these special keys applied to them. Item key, key of quantity, key of multiplicity. Oh, the key tooltips need to change too. I didn't even think about that. Oh, yeah. Key tooltips will have to change. They subtract differing amounts of time based on the mode. They should probably just be separate items. Yeah. Man, I gotta change it right now anyway. So in all item data, we have the different keys over here. Opens a chest 3 minutes sooner. 3 minutes sooner, and same thing, 3 minutes sooner. Yeah. Update tooltips for these keys. Note, we'll have to update them based on the mode in the future, but I added that as a task for later. I don't want to change this. I don't want to do it. Because what we're pretty much saying, like innate keys was interesting. It could apply different effects, but now all we're saying is reduced time to open the chest. So maybe we keep innate keys the way it is and we surface a new perk called like time reduction. Because we can't have this perk work the way that it does. Yeah, I think we need to do that. We should probably just make a new perk specific to challenge mode called time reduction or treasure time reduction. Okay, I don't know about a good name for this, but that subtracts time based on the level. 0 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Any key should be changed, applying iron keys, at least in challenge mode. I mean, yeah, we either change, well, we need another, oh man. I should just make a new perk and call it innate keys, but have it do something different. Yeah, maybe we make innate iron keys. Innate iron keys. Essentially just subtracts time based on the level. All right, how hard would it be to do that? We don't need these key IDs anymore. Although this could inherit from the same base class, and then when we apply them to a treasure chest, we will only ever fetch those, which I'll then call into this, which I'll then subtract. Oh, no, this won't work. Oh, because they were supposed to apply time changes. Oh. Well, well, well. Let's revert this. Huh. Bone o'clock or spinal countdown. Hey, Skogo. I should probably take another quick break. Yeah. I want to finish up most of this list and then we can do maybe a quick test and then I can get lunch because it's noon right now. I don't want to stop right this second. It would be nice if the whitelist TP didn't appear if you've already wishlisted the game. Oh, the wishlist tip? I think that's what you're talking about. There's no connection to Steam necessarily because you could also download the game from itch. So it doesn't know what Steam account you're playing on, but yeah, that's true. But it's just a demo. I don't think people necessarily expect that. In fact, actually, you just brought up an interesting point, which is that we should probably change that tip to say buy the game. Before launching the game, the demo's tips saying to wishlist the game should probably say to consider buying the game. We could also check on Steam for whether you've already gotten it. This tip should not show in the purchased version of the game. Yeah, this is super important. It'd be a shame if people said wishlist the game after you've already purchased it. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a quick break. And then I'll come back and fix this. All right, is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, I didn't explicitly say this earlier, but if you've never seen this before, in order to play, wait for it to load. All right, type join in Twitch chat, and then J and a number. The goal is to get as high up as you can, and I'll be back in just a bit. again. Good game. I think, Julian, if you want to join, you got to type join first, and then you can start jumping. And yeah, for the people who are like, how do I get past the spam filter, or what are the shortcuts to jump? You can type things like RR to jump to the right, or LL to jump to the left. You can type a whole bunch of trash at the end of your message. So like you will jump up, and then you and a bunch of trash afterward will also jump up to bypass the spam filter. So yeah, there's a lot of different little things you can do. You can also change your character. If you're a subscriber, you can add a little glow color and stuff. So I'll leave those for later, but I'm going to close the game for now. And we're going to keep working on this. So what we want is a perk that will work in both challenge mode and in regular mode, and just pick different keys, I guess. The number of keys is probably going to be the same. I guess the level would have to be the same. The descriptions would have to change though, right? We're overriding that, so I guess we could do that. All right. We have the shop perk, don't we? Yeah, more shop displays. And we make this an abstract partial class. And then when we go to make abilities, we just make sure we don't instantiate abstract ones. Is abstract. Yeah. Okay, that is how we would do this. That is how. We're going to change the description. I just don't want to do this. Fine. Make an abstract base class and have the two different perks manifested in different spots. Innate keys for regular mode, innate iron keys for challenge mode. Now let's check in what I've done so far so that we don't totally break this. Looks good. This can't be checked in. Yeah, that can't be checked in. Hang on a second. We added in key rarity. Did I break anything else? No. You're right. That's the cheat code. The things Konami doesn't want you to know. I think this is fine. I didn't really test any of this. I should probably do that. Yeah, we should probably do that. Oh, I tested some of it. Innate keys in challenge mode, buy cost, max value, accumulated value. What is that? Oh, debug right click. Okay. All right, let's try all of this stuff out. Do you make that hoodie on your break? Yep. Very fast at making clothes. I actually bought this a while ago. Sorry, there was more to that. Obviously, I bought this hoodie, but I bought this when I was putting some of the merch online. And I think this is the new version of this. There was an old version where I think the logo was in a bad spot. It was like smaller or it was lower or something. Anyway, if you're ever interested in merch, let me know, because I don't know how easy it is to find that link. The t-shirt links are easy, but the hoodie one is not. All right, so I buy this. This did not work. No, it technically did work because of this. This is insanely lucky or unlucky, depending how you want to look at it. You get 3 random perks. There's like 50 in the game, and I happen to get this one twice, which is the only thing that would make me not able to test this. So let's try that again. The odds of us getting that again are going to be incredibly slim. Yeah, we did not. All right, good. So this should cost 25. Yep, we have 6 minutes remaining. The keys that we get. Oh, yeah, you can't right-click this in challenge mode. Okay, so then we got to grant a bunch of items and turn this on. And now they're going to bring these over to here. I'll help them out a little bit. And we should have a 20% chance of getting a rare key. Yeah, so most of the keys were not rare, but this one is. So it should drop it by 3 minutes. Good. This should drop it by 1 minute. And then this should drop it by another minute. And then this should open it. And now we get 4 of that. Oh, the whole dropping items for, yeah, that. I got to do that too. Okay. Yeah, I think this is working. Yep. Rebalance the treasure room. for challenge mode. All right, so what's all the stuff we did here? I want to write it succinctly. Reintroduced key rarity as a perk. Special keys open or reduce time by 3 minutes up from 1 minute. I like writing it this way, actually. Increase special key time reduction from 1M to 3M. There. All right, what else do we do? This we can't check in. Oh, yeah. Increase time to open chest from 5M to 6M. What else? Oh, yeah. Start chests with 4 random key effects. What else? What else? What else? Lower chest cost from 150G to 25G. Lower key cost from 50G to 25G. Cool, that's it. All right, so as mentioned, we want to check in everything except for this blob. So unstage that. So now the only change we should have checked in is this at the top. Perfect. So this is still our debug code that we're just gonna leave like that. Was a lot of work to add all the dev tools. I feel like that's half another game to code. When you say dev tools, are you talking about the cheats? Because that's kind of all we've added in for dev tools. I guess there are more cheats than you see here, but those weren't too bad. There are some other tools that we added in. We have a balance simulator. It runs 100 battles as fast as possible. And then it prints out stats so that we can test out the balance. But yeah, beyond that, there wasn't too much. But yeah, tooling can be a lot. For a large game, you might have quite a lot of tools that you need to make that game. Maybe like runtime tools to change up data, or I don't know, load special levels, or cheat in ways that are actually like valid ways to play the game. Yeah, you can share a YouTube link. All right, I want to get this done, and then it's probably lunchtime. So let's go do this. I do not find this ever all that fun to do, but what are you going to do about it? So we're going to have innate keys. Let's do innate rare keys, and let's save another one for innate iron keys. And I don't know why I find this annoying to do. It really shouldn't be that bad. So let's load up that one, and that. Oh, innate iron keys. Okay, so we have all 3 open now. So now this one is going to be an abstract class. And we want to do this sort of like how I did for the shop stuff. So let's put that over there. All right, this took in an item category and a description. So I think we want a description in here too. I guess we want to copy all of this. And we're going to take in the key IDs, list item ID key IDs. Okay, rename this to rare keys. Rename this to iron keys. Then have it call into the base class. Okay, we're getting there. Now the key IDs need to change. So this should be, we can't have them be static. Yeah, this can't exist like this. This one can. But yeah, this can't. We could just access them from... No, they should be public. What am I doing? Public read-only list item IDs key IDs equals key IDs. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Field should be private. Get private set. Modifier read-only is not valid. I guess it's a init, right? Modifier read-only is still not valid. Yeah, whatever. Game seems to slow almost to a halt when the window isn't focused. Wait, really? It shouldn't change the speed at all. Are you in some kind of like power savings mode? Are you on a laptop by any chance? Lots of work to simulate all the components, write any tests. Yeah. I think there's this like meta work around any large enough project. It doesn't have to be a game necessarily. But yeah, you're probably going to want some like way to stage data or test things out. And how often are the barbecues? Once every time the dragon dies. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Once a month. Every fifth Friday. Okay, so this is not needed here. Num keys is needed, but then we wouldn't need it for this. That's public, so we can do that. This can be changed to this. All right, the abilities IDs are the same? That can't be possible. This needs to be rare keys, and this needs to be iron keys. Okay. Change the performance mode doesn't seem to make a difference. That is bizarre. That's very bizarre. Because I've never heard of anyone else say this except for if they were on a laptop and that something was like artificially slowing them down. I can only think that there's still some kind of like power saving mode enabled. And maybe it's something you can't even toggle. I don't know. Name can be simplified. Can we just delete that? How can we just delete that? I guess it knows to check the parent class. All right, so the key IDs here are going to change. These can be made private, I suppose. We probably shouldn't even do that. We should probably just pass them in. All right, so what are we passing in? We're passing in data. And then, oops, what am I doing? Yeah, data, and then the description, key IDs, and the description. So now delete this. There is no argument that corresponds to that. Data does not exist. Description isn't used. Description has taken the key names. Ugh. All right, fine. Yeah, fine. Key IDs and get description key IDs. All right, what's the problem here? Hides inherited member key IDs. Use new one. It's public list. I don't know. I'll just say rare key IDs. Oh yeah, same thing with that too. Okay, get number of keys. Do not care. Get ability description tooltip. Also probably do not care. Yeah. It's going to go away. Which means this is going to go away. This is just the description. This is gone. This is get level of this ability, which we have no way of knowing. Yuck. Where do we use this? Right there. What do we just pass in a level? We can't do that. Yeah, we can't do that. They would need the same ID. Oh, man. Has some issues with another game? Yeah, I don't think it's a problem with Skeleseller. I mean, I guess we could fetch a different ID based on this thing. So get num keys, we just take in the level. And then here we have the level. All right, how are we looking? We're getting there. We're not there yet, though. This probably shouldn't exist here. And this shouldn't exist. And this shouldn't exist. So iron keys. Purchase chests start as though they have some number of iron keys applied to them. Iron keys lower the time to open a chest. Something like that. And I guess this needs to be formatted correctly. We should probably just pass in the duration by duration. So duration is going to be format number. And then it's got to be a string, which is treasure chest dot duration. It's private. Why is it private? Oh man, fine, whatever. I'll just hard code it. One M there. All right, get keys header. None of this stuff is needed. I don't even know why I put this here. Yeah, this should just be up here. Data key IDs or like iron key. Actually, what am I even doing? This is literally just the iron key. Item ID dot iron key. And then the description. Delete that. Delete probably most of this. I guess we do need a display name in here. Oh, wait, we could pull it from this, though. This could be internal. And we pull from innate keys name. I don't know if I like this. Treasure room, innate keys. All right, this display name can be the same for both of these. This gets deleted. This all gets deleted. Are we finally done? Hides inherited member. I guess it's just the description we need here now. We can name this anything. We can call this specific messages. I don't know. Yeah, not my smartest naming convention here. All right, does this finally work yet? Format number doesn't exist? Huh. Because it's only once we have the ability. But I mean, all that's doing is calling BB code functions. So I guess we can do that here. Okay, so now we just need to fix which perks are exposed in which mode. So the get number of keys that we have here is going to be the level of the innate keys ability. Level of, or I guess we first need the ability ID. Innate keys ability ID equals town.gameplay.is challenge mode. If it's challenge mode, then it's going to be iron keys. Otherwise, it's going to be rare keys. And then we get the level of the ability. And then we use the level here. We need the ability itself to get which keys we're supposed to have. How fun. How fun. So player ability, innate keys ability, get ability. This might not exist. Yeah, it's a question mark. So if it does exist, then we can apply all this stuff. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, nice. Now what's the problem with this? Cannot implicitly convert from this to this. Yeah. So this would be player ability like so. And then key IDs doesn't exist? You got to be kidding me, right? It's right there. It's right there. Why won't that work? Oh, because it doesn't know that this is a treasure room and 8 keys thing? Okay, sure. Okay. I I think we got rid of the build errors at least. Nope. We have a couple. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot to do this. So this is now innate iron keys. And then the other one is now innate rare keys. Yeah, that was the last thing I had to do. Okay, let's go test it. Let's test it out. So we're already in challenge mode. So to test this, we just need to buy a treasure chest. It should grant us... Oh, wow, we have innate keys level 2. How did that happen 2 times out of like 3 trials? Purchase chests start as though they have some of iron keys. Some of iron keys. They have some iron keys applied to them. Yeah, and then what does the rest of that say? Level keys. Okay, cool. So if I buy a chest, it's going to start at 4 minutes. Yes, but it also somehow started in the background. What? That's weird. I mean, what's especially weird is that it didn't cause an exception to print out. I don't know how that's possible. Okay, clicking this is spawning 2 of these. Something's very bizarre here. Yeah, I don't know what's doing that. Let's go to regular mode and see how that's working. So I buy a chest. It should start at 10 minutes, I believe. Yeah, 10 minutes. And if I buy another one, well, I guess first let's get innate keys. Oh, that's broken. Purchase chests start as though they have some of these special keys applied to them. And then it's like horrendously broken. Key names. Do we never pass in the key names? Rare key IDs. It's key names. What did this used to do? It used to do this, which is probably still possible, but looks super ugly here. So we should probably just make a proper constructor at this point. Yeah, because this looks like trash. Oh, hey, we can just access messages. I didn't think about that. We probably want to do the same thing for this too. Public members should come before private members. Sure. Presumably that's the same problem on the other side of things. Nope, because we don't need to define it like that. Okay, let's try that. So we ran into another bug when I tested this in challenge mode where the chest was spawning behind this thing. Is it still... Yeah, it's still showing twice. Something's wrong. Except for now... What is going on with that? Yeah, what is going on with that? I don't know how whatever I just did caused that to happen. Okay, so we get 1 of those. Now let's try this. So it started with 1 key in it, and that key increased the drop quantity. Now we're going to have it start with 2 keys. And... Yeah, so now it's 4 minutes and increase the multiplier in the drop quantity. Yeah, okay. This looks like it's working. Does the tooltip work? Yeah, the tooltip works. Okay, so the only thing that seems to be broken here is that for whatever reason, when I click over here, it pops up 2 dialogues, and then buying a chest spawns it in the background. Are there 2 treasure rooms here? Why are all these handlers being hit twice? Huh. Okay, let's go to treasure chest display. Dialogue. Put that there. Gets hit once. Gets hit twice. Okay, why? Well, let's get the call stacks. Call stack number 1 is here. Call stack number 2 is here. Are these different? Nope. So handle click is being done twice. Where's handle click come from? Wait a second. Do I just have 2 treasure rooms? Okay, that is possible. Let's go find out. I click this. We type in this, I guess. Yeah, that. So it's 1661 at the end. I click play. Yeah, we have 2 treasure rooms. Why do we have 2 treasure rooms? How can I pop? Oh, this got duplicated somehow. Okay, well, that makes sense. All right. I don't know how I did that, but I did it. Hey, at least debugging that took hardly any time. Yeah, I accidentally duplicated a line. And now everything should be working. Does it only get hit once? Yeah, probably. We'll find out. Yeah, nice. Okie dokie. Yeah, so this is done now. This is done. This is done. Oh, how's the tooltip look? We don't even have the tooltip. I'm gonna have to click this a million times. Yep. Well, let's get to clicking then. Such a waste of time. I should probably add in a cheat that lets me just grant myself a certain set of perks or gives me like 10 of these at once. Yeah, I'm not even seeing. And it's like so much cognitive load to look through this and try to see if I can spot the right one every time. What a waste. Oh, there it is. Okay, purchase chests start as though they have some iron keys applied to them. Yeah, I think it should say some number of. Hey, Fuxie, and hey, Brown. Brown, Broken Crown. Really shorten your name there. There's no more Oaken and Kra in your name. Yeah, I know I need to get lunch soon. And then my brain is going to just slowly start frying itself. But then I can just eat my brain. Reminds me of Clue. Monkey brains. Although popular in Cantonese cuisine. Okay, so there's some number of these. So what does iron keys say? They have iron keys applied to them. Yeah. All right, I think that's good enough for now. We can probably change it in the future if it needs to be. Take a look at this. So yeah, I think this constructor is super ugly. So maybe we should try to change that. That we're not checking in at all. And everything else looks good. Yeah, everything else looks good. So it's just the ugliness of actually probably both constructors, but definitely of this one. So is this easy enough to change? Let's find out. It's probably gonna flag this and tell me to change it anyway. So if I do public treasure room, but you know, before I do any of this, let's copy paste the whole thing. That way we can't possibly mess it up. And now let's go change everything. Nay rare keys. Base dot. Oh, you can't do things that way? Oh. How do you call a base constructor in C# if you're not using the special syntax? Call base constructor. If it's with a colon, then I will gain nothing by doing this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's with a colon. Okay, never mind. Then this is a waste of time. So let's copy paste everything back to what we had here. And it should get rid of those errors. Yeah. All right, so the thing I don't want to check in is where? This. So it's town challenge mode function. So everything other than that. Done. Okay, so it's just this garbage code we don't want. So all the stuff we are checking in is this stuff. And we made another perk. I'm still torn on this. Okay. Change innate keys for challenge mode. giving special keys is too powerful for challenge mode now that they subtract 3 minutes each. So I split the perk in two and manifested them in the correct locations. All right, let's do one last change here, which is this. Make sure loot can be generated for any adventure, not just ones you have. Wait a second. Why isn't this the case already? Spinal Countdown. I think that we are already have too much of a pun with this system. So challenge mode you've already seen, you know about, but the reason behind it from a story perspective is you're testing different business ideas, hence the need to fail fast. So we're calling it the bone system, which is what business optimization of new expansions. I actually think it's via new expansions, which I think is great. But that sort of exhausts our entire pun quota right there. All right, where do we get a treasure chest loot? Get loot. Just reload this. Can never have too many puns. I think you can. I think Enter the Gungeon might have shown that. The very title of the game is a pun. I think they did actually a pretty good job. I don't think it's pun overload there. All right, so how does this work? Drop item types. How does this part work? Get adventurers. Add random adventure item type. Why did I do this? Because you might not have unlocked all the adventures, but yeah, okay, fine. Fine. So I think regular mode should probably work this way, where we just go through all the adventures that you have. And if we, what is this? Valid item IDs that count as 0. That should be impossible. But sure. So let's find, oh my God, this is called in 3 different locations. Oh goodness. Okay, fine. So private hash set item ID, get valid item IDs. Get valid item IDs for loot. Oh, maybe that's fine. A bit more silly. You think people would be paying attention to puns? I don't even know if they'd realize as they're coding. All right, so we can just copy all of this stuff into here and then return all the valid ones. So this will work. This is get valid item IDs for regular mode. And then we need a get valid item IDs for challenge mode. And that is going to be much simpler to write because we're going to go through adventurer class in what, enum functions dot get valid values adventurer class. Yeah. Okay. So that goes over here. And then we delete that and that. And we're done. So really, the only thing we're trying to do here is get which adventurer classes we need. So we can simplify this. Get valid item IDs. Let's just delete this and let's just take in the IEnumerable adventurer classes. And probably change how all of this works. Yeah. Yuck. Okay, so let's copy paste this over to here. Actually, the bottom one would be better. That over to here. So this takes all the classes that you pass in and adds the valid item IDs. So couldn't we have just done this? Adventurer classes dot select adventurer class. And just plug all that in there. But then we need to do 2 hash set at the end of this. And if we're going to do that, I guess we just return this stuff. And we don't need this. No, we do, right? This is stupid. All right. Let's try that again. Actually, let's just not try that again. Let's just put it back to what it was. I think it was fine. I don't need to try to get clever here. Okay, so now the difference is we need a regular mode and a challenge mode function. So all this is going to do is call, well, let's not worry about that yet. Let's say get adventurer classes for regular mode. And this is going to return this. All right, so how does this work? We do one of these. Select. So given an adventurer, just return their class. Yeah, that's fine. And then get adventurer classes for challenge mode. So that is just going to be one line. Easy. Easy. Now we go code this in over here. Why is this yellow? Because we're not using it. That's fine. We're about to go use it. Because valid item IDs is going to be get valid item IDs. Town.is challenge mode. There we go. All right. Not too shabby. Rename a function in my code? No way. No way. All right, testing this is dead simple because we go into regular mode with only one adventurer and we should only ever get one item. The odds of us not getting that item would be incredibly... Oops, I can't click that. That's the one button I can't click. All right, let's try that again. So we buy a treasure chest. It contains the archer's quiver, which means we must have the archer. We're going to buy another treasure chest. It contains the archer's quiver. And we're going to buy another couple, I guess. Let's just buy 4 more. The odds of getting 10% chances to all roll the same thing is so slim that I'm going to say that this proved that it's working. And I guess the other way we can kind of further prove it is just hire one more adventurer. There, so we get the rogue now. So now we can get the archer or the rogue item. There's the rogue. We need to keep granting ourselves money. There's the rogue. There's the archer. And there's the rogue. Cool. All right, now we go into challenge mode. And in challenge mode, we should be able to get any adventurer's item. So all we have is the mage. There's a 90% chance that we prove this on the first try by not getting the mage item. Cool. Yeah, it's working. In fact, it was higher than 90%. It was guaranteed. No, it wasn't guaranteed. But it was a very, very high percent chance that we get something that's not a mage item here. Because the only way to generate mage items would be to only roll the quantity and drop multiplier keys and have started with the mage item. So there's a 10% chance to start with the mage item. And then a 2/3 chance rolled 4 times. So what is that? 0.66 times, I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It's a fleetingly small chance. It's like a 1 or less than 1% chance. I don't know. Yeah, it's cool. So that's working. Hey, Zico. Play the base game for the first time from 0 to hero, and if there's something that I felt that was missing are some stats for adventurers. I couldn't really say if X adventurer was strong or weak. There are tons of abilities. I don't remember I don't understand who's doing what. Yeah, that is fair. And a bunch of people have talked about that. And I think what I kind of want to do is make it so that hovering over an adventurer here or maybe on this screen would show you more stats about how they did. But we don't have those stats right now. And I'm not sure how many people would check that, but challenge mode is going to make it more important. So we might want to do that. But yeah, thank you for playing, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay, so all in all, did we add a lot of code? Kinda. Well, that code is very similar to this code. I guess that kind of just got moved. Yeah, I guess this isn't too bad. All right, let's write some comments here. For regular mode, you can only be offered loot for adventurers you've already hired. I'm not super convinced this is even important. Nah, I'm not even gonna write a comment for challenge mode. All right, so we just check this thing in. Offer any guild supply in challenge mode. In regular mode, you can only get supplies for adventurers that you've already hired. And that's it. That's the treasure room changes, I think. I think this is done. Potential keys. Where is this? These are the rare keys. I never even made this public, did I? We should probably define it in just one spot. Oh, that's also a problem. Oh no, that's only a problem because I deleted some old code. Define the 3 rare keys in just one spot. Yeah, this is just cleanup code anyway. So I don't really care if I get to that. But what else do we have here? Make sure Luke can meet. Oh, we did that one. And then add a pirate specialization. This is not super important. I think people would find it fun, and I think it'll help us balance test this. But the next important part is to do some play tests of literally any specialization, but picking the treasure room pretty early on and seeing how does it feel. Huh, indeed. Also, now there's a perk that is incredibly valuable, which is selective loot. So if you get this perk in regular mode, which you can just pick it, so it's that simple to get. Yeah, here, or no, not that one. Where is it? That one. Yeah, cool. Okay. So now when you click a treasure stand, it pops up a dialog saying which loot do you want to guarantee? So let's say we want to pick the warrior here. So now it started with a warrior's plate inside. This is probably insanely overpowered for challenge mode. But whatever, like I said, maybe we have to nerf this in the future and then just let people tell me it's overpowered, I guess. Yeah. All right, so that'll be the afternoon. So goal for today, re-release the playtest version so that people can try the treasure room. Spill out the journal really fast. And what I got to do, where I left off, need to test some runs that use the treasure room. Add this in. Reworked the treasure room. Did some other design work too. I think it's pretty much fine, yeah. Okay, well, that brings us to lunch. A little bit late, but I'm going to go get lunch. When we come back, I'm going to play test this a bit. I want to then launch it to playtesters. And what else? I don't know if there's extra time and still energy. I will probably keep coding some stuff. What's for lunch? I got a burrito bowl from Costco. So I'm going to have that. But yeah, I'm hungry. I'm going to go eat. Thank you all for watching. If you want to play the demo, here is the link. If you want to join Discord, there's a link for that. And other than that, that's all I've got for now. I'll be back in about an hour. 1 hour from now, be back for maybe like 2 hours. Don't know, but thanks for watching, and I will see you later. Goodbye, everyone.